Chapter 365. Brother Xiaoyang, it's great to see you again. We thought we would never see you again in this lifetime. I missed you so much, Brother Xiaoyang. Gu Shanqing, Chen Jifu, and the rest greeted Xiaoyang one after another. From their excited expressions, it could be seen that they were filled with warmth from the bottom of their hearts. When Xiaoyang saw them, he was also very excited. He hugged them and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you all to be together. That saves me a lot of trouble and saves me the trouble of looking for you one by one. How is it? Are you all well? Are there any other problems?" Xiaoyang asked with a face full of concern. Qun Jifu, Gu Shanqing, and the rest were silent. The atmosphere was somewhat stifling and depressing. Xiaoyang sensed their emotions and could not help but ask, "What's the matter? You guys, if there's something, just say it. Solve it and go back." After all, the months of confusion were coming soon. If they were separated like this, everyone would be in danger. Chen Jifu said solemnly a brother from Guqing was taken away by the monster toad. "We came out to look for him for half a day, but we still couldn't find him." Xiaoyang was immediately relieved. No wonder there were bloodstains in the ice cave. It turned out that one of their companions was injured. Bloodthirsty ice worm. Flamingo, according to the bloodstains in the cave, can you find the person who started all of this and the monster toad? Xiaoyang communicated mentally with the two pets. Flamingo shook its head. Its attribute was fire, and in this frozen world it was suppressed too much. It was not beneficial for it to display its strengths. However, the bloodthirsty ice worm was different. Almost all of its attributes were ice and poison. Even its body was almost transparent, like ice. This place was simply its playground. It squeaked, indicating that it could give it a try. Then, it quickly flew away and returned to the ice cave. It sniffed the bloodstains and the scent left behind by the monster toad. Then it kept searching. It searched in the cave, but there was no other way out. The bloodthirsty ice worm was also puzzled. Logically speaking, the monster toad should be inside. Thus, it tried to merge into the ice cave. In the end, it easily penetrated the ice layer. It did not know how long it had penetrated, but it came to an empty cave. It was a little confused. Then it saw the monster toad sleeping soundly on the ground and the familiar figure who had fainted. This person had not been eaten, but his arm was missing. At the corner of the monster toad's mouth, 5 broken fingers. It could be imagined that the monster toad had eaten this person's arm. The monster toad had not continued to eat this person, must be kept as food. The bloodthirsty ice worm thought for a moment. It was definitely better to poison him first. Previously, when it dealt with other beasts with Fiery Bird, the first step was to use poison. It was already used to it. It secretly released the poison, which was absorbed into the monster toad's body through its breathing. Then it flew out and quickly told Xiaoyang the situation. The bloodthirsty ice worm had already returned to Xiaoyang's side. Xiaoyang already knew the situation and could not help but feel excited. He hurriedly said to Gushanha, Chen Jifu, and the rest, "Don't worry. He must have gone far. Let's continue searching." Then he went in the direction of the ice cave. Following the bloodthirsty ice worm's instructions, he dug the ice cave until he reached a depth of 30 meters. Then he saw the monster toad and the familiar figure. After Fiery Bird saw the monster toad, its small eyes could not help but light up. Then it tacitly looked at the bloodthirsty ice worm. The two of them seemed to have made a decision. When they lifted their butts, Xiaoyang knew what they were going to do. In order to prevent them from alerting the enemy, Xiaoyang hurriedly used his spiritual connection to warn them not to move. Then he quickly walked forward and quietly took his companion with a broken arm away from this place. He did not have to worry about disturbing the monster toad. After all, the monster toad had been poisoned by the bloodthirsty ice worm. As long as he did not deliberately wake it up, it would not wake up. After Xiaoyang brought people into the ice cave, Fiery Bird and the bloodthirsty ice worm could no longer wait. Their eyes were filled with anticipation and passion as they quickly took action. As usual, Fiery Bird moved first. It used its sharp beak to peck open the monster toad's body and easily took the inner core. Then it quickly left. As for the monster toad, after losing its inner core, it would probably have to cultivate for another 100 years or hibernate here forever. These two pet beasts were addicted to playing. They also desired the inner core too much. Previously, when Xiaoyang was in the small town's listening pavilion, he had used up a lot of inner cores in order to save the mermaid, the snake beauty, and the other girls. At that time, their hearts ached. Fortunately, they could now resume their business. After they succeeded, the bloodthirsty iceworm continued to look for other beasts while Fiery Bird accompanied it. Xiaoyang did not care about them at this moment. After carrying the injured companion out of the ice cave, he hurriedly checked the other party's injuries and woke him up. At the same time, he also informed Chen Jifu, Gu Shanqing, and the others that he had found the person. Under Xiaoyang's treatment, the victim slowly woke up. After seeing Xiaoyang, Chen Jifu, and the others, he muttered, "Am I dreaming?" "No, you're not dreaming. You've been saved." Gu Shanqing's face was full of joy as he excitedly reminded the other party. It was good to be alive. At least he did not lose any of his companions. The only regret was that the other party's arm was eaten by the toad monster. The victim also noticed everyone's emotions and laughed heartily. Instead, he comforted the others. "It's just an arm. It's nothing. As long as we're still friends, it's fine." Everyone laughed, and their suppressed emotions eased a lot. Xiaoyang looked at the other party's broken arm and felt a little guilty. That Zhou Jingxing was from the Zhou family. It was obvious that he was targeting him. Now that even his companions were affected, it could be said that he had an unshirkable responsibility. He sighed and said seriously, "I have a severed arm regrowth technique. As long as you can cultivate to the second volume, you will be able to regrow an arm. If you can cultivate to the 9th volume, you will be able to regrow tens of thousands of arms to fight for you. The sky will be filled with your arms. Even if your arm is chopped off, you will be able to regrow it in minutes. Are you willing to learn?" "What? There's such a terrifying technique?" Everyone was shocked and felt that it was inconceivable. "Really? Brother Xiao? You're not lying to me?" "I'll learn. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyang." The companion with the severed arm could not help but cry out in excitement and joy. Who would be willing to lose their arm when they could be whole again? Chun Jifu, Gu Shanqing, and the others were also happy for him. They also looked at Xiaoyang in a new light. Chapter 366. Xiaoyang brought them back to Chaos City. When they returned to the small courtyard, they saw Li Qinghe, Gu Shanhe, Lan Jiaoye, and Gu Qianqian. They were all very excited. The people who had been separated from each other were finally reunited. "Brother Shanqing, Brother Qin, you're finally back. We missed you so much." Li Qinghe and Gu Shanhe walked over with smiles and hugged them. They were very excited and overjoyed. Gu Qianqian, Lan Jiaoye, Qin Jifu, and Gu Shanqing were also very excited. After everyone had exchanged greetings, Gu Shanqing finally opened his mouth and said, "It's all thanks to Brother Xiaoyang. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would have to stay in that damned frozen land forever." Thinking about it now, he still had lingering fears. He looked at Xiaoyang gratefully. Gu Shanhe, Li Qinghe, and the others also expressed their gratitude to Xiaoyang. It was all thanks to Xiaoyang's hard work that they could safely reunite here. If it wasn't for Xiaoyang, the consequences would be unimaginable. Unknowingly, they had already regarded Xiaoyang as their leader. They were all prodigies in their respective cities. Prodigies naturally had their own pride and integrity. They also had their own dignity. They would never submit to anyone easily, let alone let others lead them. However, at this moment, Xiaoyang had completely won their trust. Of course, Xiaoyang didn't pursue these. He only did what he thought he should do. He didn't dare to take credit. He waved his hand and said, "It's all because of your own hard work." After thinking for a while, he slowly said, "It's all because of me that you were implicated. I should be the one apologizing. Please don't blame me." Xiao Yang's expression was sincere and humble. His character and strength were excellent. No one could find any fault with him. Chen Jifu said viciously, "It's all that damned Zhou Jingxing's fault. Since he dared to use public power to avenge private grudges, I'll definitely kill him when I get back." He was really angry. They were all geniuses, chosen by the poison sect, and were equivalent to the fresh blood of the sect. They were the future cornerstones of the poison sect. But Zhou Zhengxing had used his authority to commit all sorts of outrages. He'd purposely sent them to this strange and terrifying place. His heart was punishable by death, and his crimes were unforgivable. As long as they reported this matter to the poison sect, they believed they wouldn't let him off easily. Chen Jifu wasn't the only one who was angry. Gu Shanqing, Gu Shanha, Li Qinghe, and the others also showed strong hostility. Zhou Jingxing really isn't human. Someone like him, who doesn't care about the lives of others and the rules of the poison sect, should be killed. Otherwise, who knows how many people will be harmed by him. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian were also fuming. Their delicate faces were filled with hatred as they clenched their fists. They'd suffered the most. It was a great shame that they'd been reduced to being a commodity for others to buy and sell. Fortunately, Xiaoyang had found them and saved them. Otherwise, they would have been humiliated and bullied by others. Just this point alone made them hate Zhou Jingxing to the core. Xiaoyang didn't know what to think when he saw that they were of the same opinion and had the same enemy. This was originally his own matter, but now it had become everyone's matter. He didn't want them to continue getting involved. After all, the three great clans weren't to be trifled with. Once they got back, he'd find a chance to secretly kill Zhou Jingxing. All right, that's enough. Zhou Zhengxing is detestable and detestable, but we still have to return alive to get our revenge. Xiaoyang comforted them so that they wouldn't be blinded by hatred. Anything could happen in Chaos City. Danger existed at all times, especially during the months of confusion. Looking at the time, there was only an hour left until the months of confusion. Xiaoyang couldn't help but feel a little worried. Gu Shan had glanced at Xiaoyang and saw the worry on his face. Puzzled, he asked, "Brother Xiaoyang, we've already gathered together. What's there to worry about? As long as we work together, I'm sure there's nothing that can stop us." Gu Shanqing, Chen Jifu, and the others echoed his sentiments. They might have been a little apprehensive when they were separated, but now that they were all together, they had the courage to do so. Xiaoyang glanced at them and gravely said, "Don't relax too much. Chaos City isn't as simple as it looks. There's only an hour left until the months of confusion. We have to be prepared. Tomorrow morning, we'll leave this place." They were going to the poison sect, not Chaos City. The only reason they were here was because Zhou Jingxing had tampered with the teleportation tower. He wanted to kill them. Hence, Xiaoyang and the others would leave this place as soon as they had the chance. No one had any objections to this arrangement. It was already night time, so it wasn't a good time to rush over. Plus, they were all exhausted today. They needed to rest well and recover their energy. Under Xiaoyang's instructions, they began to set up defensive spell formations and alarm spell formations. They even moved many buildings to build walls to prevent unknown creatures from attacking them. After working for an hour, Gu Shanqing, Chen Jifu, and the others were satisfied with the work they had personally done. Lan Jiaoye patted the dust off her small hands with a satisfied expression. She giggled and said, "There are 3 layers of defense here. Even a 7th-tier martial ancestor realm powerhouse would be able to withstand it." They all felt a great sense of satisfaction. Their hearts rejoiced as they breathed a sigh of relief. They could finally rest peacefully tonight. Xiaoyang slowly said, "This isn't Flame City. Everyone, don't be careless. We don't know if the people from the listening pavilion will come looking for us. The guards here are a 7th-tier martial ancestor realm and a 6th-tier martial ancestor realm. There are also other unknown ferocious beasts and demons. Don't underestimate them. Big brother Xiaoyang, things aren't as serious as you say, are they? Gu Qianshan asked Xiaoyang worriedly. The others were the same. Xiaoyang knew it was useless to explain. They would only understand after experiencing it for themselves. Today he'd already encountered many second and third-tier martial ancestor realm ferocious beasts. He'd even encountered fourth-tier ones. Li Qinghe and the others were martial ancestor realm cultivators, so they weren't enough to deal with these ferocious beasts. He glanced at the sky and estimated the time. The chaotic moon would descend in about 10 breaths' time. He learned from the family of 3 that the chaotic moon would be terrifying. All kinds of strange creatures would appear. Even the people in the city would fall into a state of confusion. Even dead corpses would come back to life. Hearing Xiaoyang's serious words, everyone was waiting for the chaotic moon to descend. They wanted to know what the chaotic moon was. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Chapter 367. After the span of 10 breaths, a buzzing sound rang out in the sky above Chaos City. The thick, dark clouds in the sky slowly parted, and a dazzling beam of light pierced through the clouds and shone down. This light was red, and as the light enshrouded the entire Chaos City, the plants and trees were all dyed red. The ground was dyed red, and the city walls, houses, bricks, and tiles were all dyed red. Even Xiaoyang and the others looked like red people when they were illuminated by the red light. This scene was very strange, and it created a terrifying atmosphere. At least Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and the others had never encountered such a situation before. Now that it was their first time, they couldn't help but feel a little flustered. What the hell is going on? What's that red light? Lan Jiaoye's face was a little pale, and she asked in horror. Her tender and slender hands involuntarily tightened around Xiaoyang. Chun Jifu, Gu Shanhe, and the others were also surprised and shocked. They had seen all kinds of strange creatures before, and it was already shocking enough. They didn't expect that there would be something even more shocking. They were all nervous, subconsciously. Their hearts were pounding at a much faster rate, and even the flow of their blood was increasing. Xiaoyang frowned and looked around. For safety's sake, he immediately ordered, "Go, everyone go back to the house. Don't stay outside." Everyone was a little flustered now, so of course they wouldn't refuse. They all left the courtyard and returned to the house. Perhaps the others couldn't see the situation clearly, but Xiaoyang, who had the highest cultivation base here, saw it clearly. That dazzling red light was the light released by the moon. That was the red moon. This was only the first sign of the chaotic moon's arrival. After that, the cries of all kinds of ferocious beasts reverberated in Chaos City. There were the cries of ancient apes, the howls of wolves, the roars of tigers, the hissing of snakes, the squeaking of rats, the cries of dogs, cats, and other ferocious beasts. There were more than 1,000 kinds of voices, and they were innumerable. They came one after another, and they came from all directions, causing people to feel flustered. The ferocious beasts' cries were louder and louder. They were dignified and ruthless as they competed with each other. It was as if a beast tide had erupted. From these ferocious and majestic beasts' roars, one could infer their strength. The weakest among them was at least a 3rd-level martial arts grandmaster, while the stronger ones were at least a 7th or even 8th-level martial arts grandmaster. As these ferocious beasts howled, they released their terrifying auras. They didn't restrain their auras at all. Wave after wave of majestic auras enveloped Chaos City. It was like a carnival of ferocious beasts, full of vitality. Not to mention Gu Qianshan and Lan Jiaoye. Even Gu Shanhe, Qin Jifu, and the others were scared out of their wits. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. They finally understood Xiaoyang's arrangements and plans. None of them dared to underestimate the chaotic moon. "Co-cousin, we'll be fine, right?" Lan Jiaoye was so scared that both her hands and body were trembling. She was terrified. When she grabbed onto Xiaoyang, Her hands tightened as if this was the only way to alleviate her fear. The others also looked at Xiaoyang. They were all shocked. Damn it. These hundreds and thousands of ferocious beasts were all stronger than them. Any one of them could easily devour them. Moreover, there were so many of them. It was like an army of ferocious beasts. Even Xiaoyang felt bitter in his heart. He also felt powerless. However, in order to encourage his companions, he had to pretend to be confident and encourage them. Don't worry. Our defense isn't just tofu dregs. They calmed down a little. Thump, 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 thump. Kill, kill, kill. The sound of orderly footsteps could be heard. There were also orderly shouts. Judging from the sound, there were at least a few 100,000 people. What's going on? Chen Jifu was scared out of his wits. He tried his best to suppress his voice as he asked. Outside the courtyard, someone seemed to be knocking on the door. In this strange chaos city, which normal person would knock on the door, it had to be someone extraordinary. Cousin, someone seems to be knocking on the door. Do you hear it? Lan Jiaoya's face was filled with panic. Xiaoyang naturally heard it. He calmly said, "Don't worry. I've already set up a projection formation outside. Now we can use the projection to observe the situation outside." As he formed a seal with both hands and operated his cultivation base, a series of images slowly appeared in the void in front of him. In these images, he could see that the starving people in the city had lost their minds. Their eyes were lifeless, and their expressions were lifeless. They were like walking corpses. They slowly got up and walked aimlessly. There were so many of them that it was indescribable. It was very terrifying. There were more than 100,000 of them in this image alone. Then the corpses that had already died, no matter if they had just died or had been dead for a while, seemed to have been reborn. One by one, they got up and joined the army of walking corpses. Some of them had been dead for so long that there were large chunks of rotting flesh on their bodies. Some of them had corpse worms. It was disgusting and terrifying. There were also some that had half of their bodies eaten by ferocious beasts. They were standing on one leg or supporting themselves on the ground with both hands. Half of their bodies were moving. Woo-woo, so scary. I'm scared. Lan Jiaoya let out a cry and cried. She had grown up in the Lan family in Marshall City since she was young. She could be considered as the daughter of a rich family. She had never seen such a cruel and heartless scene. It was good that she did not faint from fright. Gu Qianshan was so scared that she could not help but stagger. Her legs went soft, and she almost fell to the ground. Her face was pale, and her eyes were filled with fear. Her lips trembled, and she could not speak. Even Gu Shanha, Qin Jifu, and the others were pale. There was no trace of blood on their faces, and their breathing was rapid. This matter was too strange. After Xiaoyang sensed their emotions, he immediately withdrew his martial skill. The image disappeared in an instant. "Brother Xiaoyang, what should we do?" Gu Shanqing asked Xiaoyang with a worried face. Previously, when Xiaoyang ordered them to set up the defense, they felt that Xiaoyang was making a fuss over nothing. Now, it seemed that the defense was as weak as tofu. If these people attacked, their numbers alone would be enough to drown them. Li Qinghe swallowed his saliva and was extremely nervous. Xiaoyang comforted them. "I've already told you, don't worry. We have isolation arrays, concealment arrays, attack arrays, and illusion arrays in our arrays. What's the rush? As long as you wait patiently, the night will pass very quickly." The arrival of the chaotic moon was far more than that. Even Xiaoyang's heart was heavy now. Chapter 368. Swish, 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 swish. Lan Jiaoya and Gu Qianshan were even more frightened by these unknown creatures. Their hearts were filled with worry. Xiaoyang's expression was also solemn. There was nothing he could do about it. It was also his first time in Chaos City, so he didn't know much about what was happening here. Let me see what it is, he murmured. He mumbled and frowned. Then he released his divine sense. With him as the center, his divine sense spread out. 30 meters, 300 meters, 3,000 meters, and soon it covered half of Chaos City. From there, he could clearly see what was going on inside the city. As it turned out, the sound of air being torn apart was caused by all kinds of shadows moving quickly. These shadows were completely black. They didn't even have bodies. If one looked at them with their eyes, they wouldn't be able to see them clearly. They could only use their divine consciousness to check. Brother Xiaoyang, did you see it clearly? What is it? Is it scary? Gu Shanha, Gu Shanqing, and the others frowned and asked Xiaoyang. They were also curious and wanted to know what it was, but they couldn't resist the fear in their hearts. They had heard all kinds of ferocious beasts and seen hundreds of thousands of walking corpses. They were completely frightened. Now, they didn't dare to continue watching. They didn't want to be scared out of their wits. Xiaoyang said slowly, "It's an otherworldly item." The so-called otherworldly item was naturally a soul body. It could also be called a ghost or a primordial spirit. This kind of thing didn't have a physical body. It only had the shape of a fog. What? Lan Jiaoya, Gu Chanchan, and the others were frightened again. They had heard of the so-called otherworldly item, but they had never seen it before. In the past, they thought it was a feudal superstition. How could there be otherworldly items in this world? They didn't expect that these otherworldly items would appear in Chaos City. Moreover, they were right around them. Judging from the dense sound, there seemed to be a lot of them. It was really scary. What kind of place was Chaos City? It was so strange and full of danger. Xiaoyang sensed their fear and calmly comforted them. Don't worry, as long as we don't act rashly, there won't be a problem to get through the night. Although that was what he said, he didn't have much confidence. He didn't know what had happened in Chaos City 3 months ago, nor did he know why so many mutant creatures had descended upon the city in such a short time. In the face of so many unknowns, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't concerned. It had only been 10 breaths of time since the arrival of the chaotic moon. The surrounding temperature instantly dropped. It was as if the hot summer had turned into a cold winter. Lan Jiaoya, Gu Chanchan, and the others shivered. The temperature is dropping too quickly. Let's circulate our cultivation to resist the cold so that we don't catch a cold. We should also stay close to each other, Xiaoyang said calmly. Perhaps it was because so many otherworldly items had appeared that the temperature had dropped. The otherworldly items had thick, murderous aura, and their temperature was much lower than that of ordinary people. The gathering of a large number of otherworldly items could cause the temperature to drop. Then let's not watch it. Lan Jiaoya wanted to retreat. They were very wary of otherworldly items. Only God knew if they would be traumatized after seeing them. Xiaoyang naturally let them do as they wished. Boom, boom. Loud explosions came one after another. The sounds were loud and earth-shattering. Even they, who were in the courtyard, felt the tremors. They couldn't help but feel a little more afraid. What happened? Why are there such loud explosions? Li Qinghe asked in confusion. His brows were filled with worry, and his expression became even more serious. Judging from the sounds, the explosions weren't far from them. It was very likely that it was a battle between cultivators. You all wait here. I'll go out and take a look. Xiaoyang was still worried. He planned to go out and take a look. After all, it wasn't a good idea for everyone to hide here. If there was a situation outside, he could inform them and make arrangements. Cousin, don't go out. Brother Xiaoyang, it's better if you stay here. Anyway, there are all kinds of defensive formations. It won't be a problem for you to survive the night. Lan Jiaoya and Gu Chanchan both tried to persuade Xiaoyang. They didn't want Xiaoyang to go out and risk his life. There were so many beast race members out there. If something happened to Xiaoyang, they wouldn't know what to do. Gu Shanha, Gu Shanqing, Li Qinghe, Qin Jifu, and the others also tried to persuade Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang pondered for a moment and said firmly, "Don't worry. There has to be someone on duty to keep watch. If something unexpected happens, we can take precautions in advance. Don't worry, I won't take risks. He walked out of the courtyard. Originally, Li Qinghe, Qin Jifu, and the others also wanted to follow. They were worried about Xiaoyang, but Xiaoyang tactfully rejected them. In a place like this, more people didn't mean more power. Sometimes, more people would have more scruples. After walking out of the courtyard, Xiaoyang saw many beasts. There were all kinds of beasts, all kinds of walking corpses, all kinds of otherworldly items, and many half-human, half-demon creatures. They were all very quiet, and there wasn't a big battle as expected. These beasts were all shrouded in the light of the crimson moon, which made them look even more demonic. Xiaoyang released his divine consciousness to check the situation around. He didn't sense any danger at the moment, so he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He walked in the direction of the explosion. Along the way, he encountered all kinds of creatures, but he wasn't attacked. Because at this moment, all the creatures in the City of Chaos seemed to be getting along peacefully. No one attacked, and it was very harmonious. The walking corpses continued to walk, the beasts continued to walk, the otherworldly items continued to move, the half-human, half-demon creatures continued to wander, and so on. They brushed past each other and didn't attack. This made Xiaoyang very surprised. It's good that they didn't attack. At least, it's safe for now. Xiaoyang murmured and continued to move forward. He was a rational person, but in order not to expose himself, he still pretended to be a walking corpse, like those hungry people who had lost their minds. His movements were slightly sluggish and his eyes were dull. Although this slowed down a lot, he was very safe, and he smoothly went to the place he wanted to go. When he was about 300 meters away from the explosion, Xiaoyang saw the scene in front of him. There were actually 4 Wu Zun Almighties confronting each other. When he saw the 4 Wu Zun Almighties, Xiaoyang's eyes couldn't help but shrink, and his heart skipped a beat. These were Wu Zun Almighties who could do anything. Their abilities were quite terrifying. As long as they wanted to, they could wipe out the City of Chaos with a snap of their fingers. Chapter 369. Xiaoyang didn't dare advance any further. He simply stood there, playing the part of a dumb zombie. However, his eyes and consciousness would sweep over the area from time to time to investigate the situation. The 4 martial ancestors were floating in the air. One of them, the Wu Zun, was wearing the poison sect's special robes. He was most likely the sect head. The other poison sovereign was completely black. He didn't have a body, only a ball of black mist. He was probably the leader of the otherworldly creatures. There were also 2 Wu Zuns a little further away. They seemed to be watching from the sidelines, not intending to take action. One was a savage beast, while the other was half-human, half-Yao. Xiaoyang guessed that the savage beast Wu Zun was the Wu Zun he'd sensed in the canyon. He was probably the leader of the beast race. As for the half-human, half-Yao Wu Zun, he was probably the leader of the fiend realm. Judging from their positions and hostility, the explosion just now was the result of the 2 Wu Zuns fighting. It's best if I leave first. Xiaoyang thought to himself, then retreated the way he'd come. He knew his limits. A battle of this level wasn't something he could participate in. As long as the 4 Wu Zuns maintained a stalemate, it wouldn't be a problem for him to get through the night safely. As he slowly made his way back, Xiaoyang's divine sense caught sight of 3 familiar figures. They were the 3 Pavilion Elders he'd parted with from Flame City: Pavilion Elder Lei, Pavilion Elder Jiang'e, and Pavilion Elder Fo. Why were they here? Judging from their states, they seemed to be injured. Xiaoyang silently approached them, playing the part of a zombie the entire time. Before he knew it, he'd reached them and asked softly, "Why are you 3 here? What the hell is going on here?" Hiss, hiss, hiss. Xiaoyang's sudden question startled them. They couldn't help but suck in a cold breath, instinctively going on guard. When they saw that it was Xiaoyang, they all sighed in relief. At the same time, their faces were filled with astonishment and confusion. They asked in return, "Xiaoyang, Why are you here? Didn't you go to the poison sect? Why did you come to this damned place? Yes, they loathed it and felt it to the extreme. Xiao Yang said slowly, "This is not the place to talk. Come, I'll take you to a place." He led the 3 pavilion elders back to the courtyard they had been in before. The 3 pavilion elders did not suspect anything. When they arrived at the gate of the courtyard, with their knowledge and experience, they immediately knew how strict and terrifying the defenses were. Even they would not be able to easily enter the courtyard without permission. This was presumably Xiao Yang's doing. After all, they had seen Xiao Yang's attainments in formations before. "Come in." Xiao Yang opened the door and invited them in. He was the one who had set up the formations, so he was naturally very familiar with the safe routes in and out. Soon, the 4 of them entered the courtyard. Li Qinghe, Gu Shanqing, and the others heard the commotion and walked out. Hence, they met each other. 3 pavilion elders, why are you here too? Greetings to the 3 pavilion elders. Chen Jifu, Gu Shanhe, and the others hurriedly bowed to the 3 pavilion elders. The 3 pavilion elders waved their hands, indicating that there was no need for formalities. Greetings were unavoidable when they met. After listening to Gu Shanhe, Chen Jifu, and the others, the 3 pavilion elders understood what had happened to Xiao Yang's group. So it was that bastard Zhou Jingxing's doing. The 3 pavilion elders were filled with righteous indignation. Fury was written all over their faces as they burned with rage. Humph! That bastard Zhou Jingxing dared to harm the foundation of our poison sect just because he has some power. He's simply destroying our poison sect's hope. His motives are punishable by death. When we return, we won't let him off easily. This person has long been ambitious. The Zhou clan won't give up on killing me. Gu Shanhe and the others sighed in relief, feeling gratified and satisfied. At least the 3 pavilion elders were reasonable. Even if the 3 pavilion elders didn't touch Zhou Jingxing, they wouldn't have let him off so easily. However, with their help, they didn't have to worry too much. Chen Jifu stepped forward and declared righteously, "Esteemed pavilion elders, as long as you think Zhou Jingxing should be punished, we'll do it ourselves." They were angry at Zhou Jingxing for scheming against them. Naturally, they wanted to take revenge with their own hands. The 3 pavilion elders naturally understood their thoughts and promised, "Don't worry, we'll be your backers. Feel free to make a move on him. If there's any trouble, come find us." This made Lan Jiaoye and the others even happier. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Yang asked them, "Why are you here?" Elder Fo sighed and said slowly, "Isn't it for the mission?" Judging from their expressions, the mission didn't seem to be going well. Xiao Yang couldn't help but frown and ask, "I wonder if you've completed the mission? Or if you need help, you can give us a call." Anyway, they had a lot of people, and they were all gathered here. If the mission wasn't difficult, they would help if they could. He believed that Chen Jifu, Gu Shanhe, Gu Shanqing, and the others would be happy to help because this was a chance to leave a good impression. Elder Lei said worriedly, "It's difficult. Even we can't complete it, let alone you." Elder Zheng's red lips parted slightly and said, "Let's wait first. It's hard to say." Rumble, 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 rumble. The sound was as loud as thunder. Following the rumble, they all felt the ground shake violently. It was very clear that a fierce battle must have taken place somewhere in Chaos City, resulting in a series of explosions. The powerful shock waves swept across the city like a hurricane, and even Xiao Yang and the others could feel the intense battle intent in those shock waves. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianchan, and the others were a little frightened. Their faces were pale. They didn't know what had happened. The unknown was often the most frightening thing. Elder Zheng comforted them gently. "Don't worry. Don't be afraid. This is the sect master fighting with the leader of the otherworldly item. They are both Wu Zun, so it's a big commotion." Chen Jifu, Li Qinghe, and the others were shocked. The sect master of the poison sect was actually here. This was a sect master, and also a mighty figure like Wu Zun. Something unimaginable must have happened in Chaos City. Xiao Yang's face was filled with confusion as he asked, "May I ask why the 3 pavilion elders are fighting?" Elder Lei slowly explained, "A single Wu Zun is in charge of a place. It's normal for there to be conflicts between different places." Xiao Yang and the others didn't quite understand, but they didn't dare to ask further. After all, this was a matter on the level of the poison sect master, Wu Zun. Everyone fell silent and waited in silence. Time passed in the blink of an eye. After a few hours, the rumbling gradually stopped. Chapter 370. Xiao Yang and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. Right at this moment, the poison sect master's oppressive voice sounded in the air. "Where are the 3 pavilion elders?" Pavilion Elder Lei, Pavilion Elder Buddha, and the 3rd pavilion elder of the Sword Pavilion immediately flew up into the air. They quickly flew to the poison sect master's side, cupped their fists, and respectfully awaited his orders. "Your disciples are here." The poison sect master frowned and said, "Pick out a better disciple to fight that fellow's servant. Let him know how powerful we are." As it turned out, the 2 great Wu Zun disciples were evenly matched. If they continued to fight, Chaos City would definitely be destroyed. That wasn't something they wanted to see. That was why they had arranged for disciples to fight. The winner would have to listen to the loser. The 3 pavilion elders were instantly put in a spot. They were the only ones who came on this mission. They didn't bring any other disciples. Pavilion Elder Lei slowly said, "Sect Master, why don't you let me do it? I'll definitely teach that fellow a lesson." The poison sect master frowned and refused. "No way. The 3 of you are already pavilion elders. If word gets out, won't they say that I'm bullying others?" The 3 pavilion elders couldn't help but hesitate. After thinking for a moment, they remembered Xiaoyang. They immediately said, "Sect Master, then I'll recommend someone. His name is Xiaoyang. I'll bring him here right away." The pavilion elder flew on his sword and immediately descended from the sky. He quickly arrived at the courtyard and saw Xiaoyang. "Xiaoyang, looks like we'll have to trouble you this time. The sect master invites you to come with us." The pavilion elder floated in the air and stood on his snow-white flying sword as he spoke to Xiaoyang below. Xiaoyang frowned slightly and pondered. A fight at the level of Wu Zun wasn't something he could get involved in at his level. However, thinking about the promise he had made previously, he decided to accept it. Driving his cultivation and executing his movement technique, he leaped into the air and landed on the sword of the Sword Pavilion Elder. The Sword Pavilion Elder controlled the flying sword and instantly returned to the poison sect master side. "Sect head, I've brought him here. This is Xiaoyang, a new disciple who just stood out from the competition and was chosen by the poison sect." The Sword Pavilion Elder said to the poison sect master. The poison sect master's stern gaze swept over Xiaoyang as he asked in an imposing manner, "You're Xiaoyang?" Xiaoyang was neither servile nor overbearing as he calmly replied, "Disciple Xiaoyang greets the sovereign. His temperament is not bad." The poison sect master nodded slightly. This child's temperament is not bad, he thought inwardly. He then observed Xiaoyang's cultivation and said, 4th level martial ancestor realm. Not bad. Xiaoyang, this sect head has asked you to fight. If you win, you won't be lacking in rewards. If you lose, that's fine too. Do you dare to fight?" The poison sect master explained to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang naturally wasn't afraid. In any case, the sect head and the 3 pavilion elders were there to support him. If something really happened that he couldn't handle, they would definitely step in to help. Disciple Xiaoyang is very willing to fight. Xiaoyang agreed without hesitation, appearing to be very decisive. Even the sect head had personally spoken, and in front of the other 3 Wu Zun at that. If he refused, wouldn't he lose face for the poison sect and the sect head? It would only make others think that he was a coward and even look down on the poison sect. Since he couldn't refuse, he might as well be straightforward. Good. The domineering poison sect master revealed a trace of a smile and praised him 3 times. At the very least, his courage was top-notch. As expected of our sect's disciple, his eyes were filled with praise as he looked at Xiaoyang with satisfaction, his expression confident. He extended his hand, pointing at a black mist 100 zhang away. Look, that's the leader of the otherworldly items. The one you're going to fight is one of his generals. His name is Ghost Charm. Xiaoyang looked in the direction he was pointing and saw Gui Mei. With the memories of his past life, Xiaoyang naturally recognized this otherworldly item and wasn't afraid. He snorted softly, then leapt into the air. In a single leap, he was within 500 meters of his opponent and made a gesture of invitation. This was his way of asking to fight. With a whoosh, Gui Mei appeared out of thin air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he was already 10 meters away from Xiaoyang. Judging from his opponent's movement speed and the aura he released, he was at the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. Both sides had nothing to say to each other. They were both representing their respective camps and also representing the martial saints behind them. Thus, they immediately began to fight. Whoosh! Gui Mei relied on his superior speed and instantly launched an attack. His attacks were swift and fierce. With a flip of his hand, he took out a magic treasure. The magic treasure was a long spear. It was pitch black and emitted a dense, murderous aura. He must have used this magic treasure to kill many people. Gui Mei casually tossed it, and the long spear immediately broke through the air, growing rapidly. At first, the long spear was only the size of an arm. However, as he approached Xiaoyang, it gradually grew larger. When it was about 10 meters away from Xiaoyang, the long spear had already grown to 10 meters in length. It looked like it was going to drown Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was naturally not easy to bully. With a cold snort, he flipped his hand and executed the firmament palm. A huge 5-finger mountain palm condensed and rushed forward with a boom. The collision between the martial skill and the magic treasure produced a huge boom. A tyrannical shock wave swept out. After the opponent's long spear was hit, it flew back and was caught by Gui Mei. Xiaoyang summoned the flamingo and took out some flames of nihility. He held it in his hand and didn't let the opponent discover it. He knew very well that the flames of nihility were a sharp weapon against such cold ghosts. It was their nemesis, your only SOSO. Xiaoyang smiled complacently and arrogantly glanced at the opponent. He looked as if he didn't care about the opponent at all. Gui Mei saw that disdainful and contemptuous expression and could not help but be enraged. With a roar, he instantly attacked Xiaoyang. He waved the long spear in his hand, intending to fight Xiaoyang with his real weapon. Xiaoyang was also not afraid of him. With a cold laugh, he executed the 1,000 poisonous hands and met the opponent's killing move. In an instant, countless long spear shadows enveloped Xiaoyang. Each of the long spear shadows had the terrifying killing power of a 4th-level martial ancestor. They were not to be underestimated. Xiaoyang was also fearless. With a cold snort, the poisonous hands he executed seemed to be thousands of densely packed and covered the opponent. The exchange between the two sides instantly entered a white-hot stage. Neither side gave in, and the battle became more and more intense. Whether it was for personal glory or for the glory of the sect behind them, they could not retreat or compromise. Chapter 371. The densely packed poisonous palms met the countless spear phantoms. When they collided, there was no sound as the phantoms were destroyed one by one. Once the phantoms were destroyed, only the real body remained. The ghost spear had already turned red. It was only a meter away from Xiaoyang, still bursting with terrifying power. Xiaoyang had also revealed his true body. He reached out with one hand, grabbing the red spear. This spear isn't bad, but its baleful aura is too dense. Its evil aura is too heavy. I'll destroy it today to prevent it from doing evil." Xiaoyang snorted and smiled coldly. The hand that was holding the long spear suddenly tightened. A majestic force instantly struck the long spear. The red long spear could not help but let out a mournful cry. It trembled a few times before it instantly shattered into pieces and scattered with the wind. "You dare? How dare you destroy my artifact?" The ghost was instantly infuriated. Its sharp voice was ear-piercing. It launched a mental attack, using the transmission of sound to attack Xiaoyang's Sea of Consciousness. This was an otherworldly item's most proficient attack. It could easily harm a person's soul. Once a person's Sea of Consciousness was damaged, their memories, knowledge, and even reason would be greatly affected. A light injury could turn a person into a vegetable. A more serious injury could kill them on the spot. Seeing the ghost's stance and how it looked like it wanted to completely destroy Xiaoyang, Elder Jianga, Elder Lei, and Elder Fo couldn't help but worry for Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was a rare young genius, and the hope of the poisoned sects rise in the future. If he fell like this, they would definitely blame themselves and feel guilty. After all, they were the ones who found him. Xiaoyang could have stayed out of this matter. It looks like the situation isn't good. The ghost's mental attack is quite powerful. Elder Jianga frowned and spoke with a grave expression. Elder Lei and Elder Fo frowned and remained silent. Their eyes were fixed on Xiaoyang, hoping that nothing bad would happen to Xiaoyang. The poison sect master narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiaoyang with interest. At first, he only thought that Xiaoyang was ordinary. However, after seeing the battle prowess Xiaoyang displayed, he had a whole new level of respect for Xiaoyang. He couldn't see through Xiaoyang. He didn't believe that Xiaoyang only had this trick up his sleeve. He definitely had other tricks up his sleeve. Gui Mei's spiritual attack was extremely powerful. His abnormal attack power allowed him to fight against opponents of a higher level. In other words, Gui Mei could rely on his spiritual attack to fight against opponents of a higher level. He was a 4th-level martial arts great master and could fight against a 5th-level martial arts great master without being at a disadvantage. However, Xiaoyang was only a 4th-level martial arts great master. It was hard to say if he could withstand Gui Mei's strange attack. The leader of the otherworldly items, Lord Yin, the half-human and half-demon Lord Beast, and the Lord Beast of the Beast race. The 3 great Wu Zun watched the battle between Xiaoyang and Gui Mei from the side. Their eyes glinted. At their level, they had lived for countless years and had seen thousands of elites. However, it was their first time seeing someone as outstanding as Xiaoyang and Gui Mei. Lord Yi narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiaoyang a few more times. He remembered Xiaoyang. If he wanted to occupy the poison sect's territory in the future, he would have to eliminate this potential opponent. So it's a mental attack. Xiaoyang was very familiar with Gui Mei. In his previous life, when he was the eternal poison sovereign, it wasn't as if he hadn't encountered one before. He already knew how to deal with this kind of otherworldly item. Using a mental attack in front of me is simply asking for humiliation. "Watch my traceless dream art," Xiaoyang muttered. Relying on his memories from his previous life, he used his divine sense to display the traceless dream art. This traceless dream art was a mental-type secret technique that could be used to attack and defend. He closed his eyes and withdrew his divine sense. It shrank into the surface of his body like a tortoiseshell. This kind of divine sense defense could not be seen by the naked eye. Only by using one's divine sense would one be able to sense the difference. Lord Yin, the Lord Beast, and the poison sect master all sensed the change in Xiaoyang. They couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions. They felt that Xiaoyang was far from ordinary. One had to know that there were very few poison sect disciples who cultivated mental-type martial arts. Those who could use it to the point of perfection, like Xiaoyang, were even rarer. Looking at Xiaoyang's divine sense defense, There seemed to be more to it than meets the eye. It was clear that this traceless dream art was quite impressive. It was at least an Earth-grade martial art. The poison sect master couldn't help but grin. His expression grew even more arrogant. Xiaoyang had given him face, and he was proud of Xiaoyang. At the same time, he was also a little suspicious. After all, even he had never heard of Xiaoyang's traceless dream art. But based on Wu Zun's cultivation, he could tell at a glance how powerful it was. 3 pavilion elders. Where did you find this child? The poison sect master asked the 3 pavilion elders standing behind him. He was very interested in Xiaoyang right now. He also admired Xiaoyang and felt that Xiaoyang wasn't ordinary. If he nurtured him well, Xiaoyang's future accomplishments might not be below his own. When he thought about how the poison sect would have an expert like Xiaoyang in the future, the demon, ghost, and beast realms wouldn't dare to act recklessly. The 3 pavilion elders could also tell what the poison sect master was thinking. It seemed that the poison sect master had completely taken Xiaoyang seriously. This was good news and a clear signal. As long as Xiaoyang could survive this calamity, he would definitely be valued by the poison sect master in the future. This was a rare opportunity. Sect master, Xiaoyang is from the Xiao family in Martial Sun City's Donglin town. I remember that the pavilion master of the poison sect's Myriad Poison Pavilion is somewhat related to the Xiao family. Elder Fo explained everything to the poison sect head. He knew this because Xiaoyang had saved his life last time, so he'd gone to investigate. First, he wanted to know Xiaoyang's identity out of gratitude. Second, he felt that Xiaoyang was extraordinary. He was puzzled by the fact that he possessed such terrifying cultivation at such a young age. He hadn't expected that the information he'd checked would come in handy now. The poison sect master nodded and said slowly, "No matter what method you use, this child must remain in the poison sect. You must do this well." He'd already chosen Xiaoyang and believed that Xiaoyang's future was promising. Yes. The 3 pavilion elders solemnly accepted the order with grave expressions. From the poison sect master's attitude, they could already tell that Xiaoyang was likely to receive the sect master's personal guidance. How fortunate was that? The poison sect had produced many outstanding geniuses over the years, but none of them had been valued so highly by the sect master. The 3 pavilion elders were the ones who'd recommended the sect master, so they would naturally be rewarded handsomely in the future. On the battlefield, Xiaoyang was still floating in the air with his eyes closed. His consciousness was growing stronger with each thought. Chapter 372. Although Gui Mei's spiritual attack was very powerful, it still could not do anything to Xiaoyang. Because of this, Gui Mei felt dignified and was no longer as arrogant and conceited as before. In his anger, he changed his spiritual attack several times in an attempt to break through Xiaoyang's spiritual defense. However, no matter how he changed his moves, Xiaoyang remained motionless, causing him to return empty-handed. Because of this, he was so angry that he almost doubted his life. Damn it! Where did this human get such a strong defense? Gui Mei could not help but curse, his heart filled with anger. Is that all you've got? Next, it's time for you to see how powerful I am. Xiaoyang smiled coldly. The spiritual defense suddenly turned into an attack. The shape of the attacking and defensive spiritual senses were also very different. The defensive one was shaped like a tortoiseshell, while the offensive one condensed into a thread-like, needle-like object, which instantly pierced between Gui Mei's eyebrows. This was a spiritual confrontation. The damage was to the sea of knowledge and divine soul, which could not be seen with the naked eye. Gui Mei felt a strong threat at that moment. He was an otherworldly item without a physical body. If his divine soul was also seriously injured, he would vanish into thin air. Immediately, he did not dare to underestimate Xiaoyang's attack. He hurriedly withdrew his previous spiritual attack and put all his strength into defense. His spiritual defense was also very strong. Following his thoughts, the black mist on his body also changed shape. The needle-like spiritual sense instantly hit between his eyebrows. The mist on Gui Mei's body scattered as if it had been swept by a strong airflow. Then a mournful wail was heard. Gui Mei had been hit by Xiao Yang's tyrannical attack, causing him to be seriously injured. Fortunately, he had put up a defense in time. Otherwise, he would very likely have turned into ashes. However, despite his preparations, he still suffered a heavy injury this time. It could be seen that the black mist on his body had become much thinner, which meant that his divine soul was also weakening. The Honorable Beast, the Honorable Beast, the Honorable Een, and the sect leader of the Poison Sect, the four honorable martial artists couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions when they saw the changes before them, especially when they looked at Xiaoyang. The shock in their eyes was even greater. This Xiaoyang's traceless heart dream martial skill was incomparably powerful. It could actually defend and attack at the same time. This kind of spiritual secret technique was extremely rare. Who is this kid? I'm afraid not even the Poison Sect master has such a profound mental martial art. Venerable Beast and Venerable Beast were talking to each other, expressing their shock. He was also secretly wondering if he could win over Xiaoyang. After all, he couldn't let go of such a genius. Revered Een was filled with fear as he secretly snorted. Without a doubt, a mental type martial skill like the Traceless Heart Dream had the greatest impact on them. It was as if it was their nemesis. He was thinking of finding a chance to get rid of Xiaoyang so that Xiaoyang's growth wouldn't be a threat to them. Good job, Xiaoyang. The Poison Sect master couldn't help praising Xiaoyang. Although he didn't have such a profound mental martial skill, he still had some decent mental martial skills. He wouldn't covet the things of a junior, so he only had affirmation and recognition for Xiaoyang. When the three pavilion elders saw how agitated the Poison sect head was, they were both astonished and shocked. One had to know that the Poison Sect master rarely revealed his emotions. This was the first time he was so excited and happy. It was inconceivable. However, they also knew that Xiaoyang must have defeated Gui Mei. Although they couldn't see the entire process, clearly they could make some deductions. Because of this, they respected Xiaoyang even more. Even they didn't have absolute confidence in winning against Gui Mei. They were especially wary of Gui Mei's mental attacks. They didn't expect Xiaoyang to be able to defend against it and even counterattack. It was truly inconceivable. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. If you still don't admit defeat, I'll destroy you right now. Xiaoyang withdrew his divine sense and didn't kill Gui Mei. He spoke coldly to Gui Mei. This time, he was only representing his camp in the competition. If it was a life and death battle, the other side's Wu Zun wouldn't let it go so easily. Gui Mei knew that he wasn't Xiaoyang's match. He also knew that Xiaoyang had been merciful just now. He immediately said angrily, I admit defeat. You win. Then he faced Master Een and said with difficulty, Gui Mei lost. Please punish me, Master Een. Master Yin's face was gloomy. He glanced at Gui Mei expressionlessly and snorted, useless thing. You're embarrassing me. Get lost. I'll deal with you when we get back. Yes, I'll take my leave. After Gui Mei responded, he looked guilty and helpless. He turned around and left. His figure flickered a few times and disappeared in an instant. After watching Gui Mei leave, Xiaoyang couldn't help but grin. This meant that he'd won the competition and won face for the Poison Sect master. He smiled, then used his movement technique to fly back to the Poison Sect master. He cupped his fists and said, Sect master, I was fortunate enough to not disappoint you. Good. As expected, I didn't misjudge you. Xiaoyang, you're a good man. This sect master will bestow this reward to you. Keep it well. In the future, when the Poison Sect members see you, they'll see me. The poison sect master was very happy. He took out a jade pendant and handed it to Xiaoyang. This jade pendant was the symbol of the poison sect master because it had accompanied her for many years. When others saw it, it was the same as seeing the poison sect master. From this, one could see how highly the poison sect master regarded Xiaoyang. When the 3 pavilion elders saw this, they couldn't help but feel envious. They'd followed the poison sect master for many years, but they'd never been valued so highly. It was easy to imagine the envy and regret in their hearts. Brother Xiaoyang, hurry and accept it. This is the sect master's great reward. We don't have this kind of honor. Brother Xiaoyang, hurry and thank the sect master. Xiaoyang glanced at the jade pendant the poison sect master handed over with a slight frown. He reached out to take it and expressed his gratitude to the poison sect master. Many thanks for the sect master's great favor. This disciple will do his best to win face for the poison sect in the future. Haha! When the poison sect master heard Xiaoyang's declaration, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. He placed his hands on his hips and tilted his head back. After laughing heartily for a while, he looked at Xiaoyang and said, "Good, as expected of my sect's most outstanding disciple. All right, you finished your business here. You may leave now. Leave the rest to this sect master. This disciple will take his leave." Xiaoyang responded and turned to leave. After retreating a little further, he glanced at the 3 pavilion elders and signaled them with his eyes. Only then did he perform his movement technique and leave this place. Xiaoyang quickly returned to the small courtyard. Chapter 373. In the courtyard, Lan Jiaoye, Qin Jifu, and the others were waiting. When they saw that Xiaoyang had returned, they couldn't help but ask Xiaoyang questions. Xiaoyang explained everything to them. They were both shocked and envious. Everything that happened here was caused by the 4 great paragons. I'm sure that once they've reached an agreement, Chaos City will be restored to its original state. Xiaoyang said indifferently. After waiting for a while, he noticed the changes outside. First of all, the ferocious demonic beasts were leaving one after another. They no longer roared like tigers or monkeys, as if they had received some kind of order. They left very quickly, very orderly. Next were the insouls. They tore through the air and left. The sound of breaking air rang out, but it grew farther and farther away until it finally disappeared. As the insouls left, the surrounding temperature slowly returned to normal. Many of the half-human, half-demon, mixed in with the walking corpses, also retreated like the tide. Unknowingly, their figures disappeared in the blink of an eye. Those walking corpses were already dead. They slowly fell to the ground, their corpses emitting a putrid stench. There wasn't a trace of life in them, as if they'd been dead for a long time. As for the humans who hadn't died, they gradually regained their senses. They understood what had happened to them and their current situation. Some of them were terrified and couldn't help but cry and wail. Some of them were confused and didn't know what to do. They squatted on the ground with pale faces. Then, a dignified voice rang out from the sky. "Citizens of Chaos City, from this moment on, you've regained your freedom and safety. The poison sect will help you build houses and provide you with food and water. I'm sure Chaos City will soon be restored to its former prosperity." Those who were familiar with him would know that this was the poison sect master's voice. When Xiaoyang heard this, he couldn't help but feel excited. He secretly admired the poison sect master's character. Qin Jifu, Lan Jiaoye, and the others cheered, jumping up and down in place. This was the last news they heard. They couldn't bear to see the citizens suffer and starve. They couldn't bear to see them suffer a fate worse than death. Now that everything was starting to recover, it couldn't be better. In fact, they wanted nothing more than to stay and help the 3 pavilion elders restore the city's economy. "That's great, cousin. That's great, big brother Xiaoyang." Everything will be fine. Chen Jifu Gushanha and the others all looked eager and excited. Their faces were full of smiles, unable to contain their joy. In the void, after the 3 Wu Zun left, the poison sect master turned to instruct the 3 cabinet elders and said, "Cabinet elders, you will be in charge of everything in Chaos City. Economy, law, medicine, culture, architecture, and so on. You must revitalize Chaos City in the shortest time possible." "Yes, sect master." The 3 pavilion elders cupped their fists in unison and made a solemn promise. They were also secretly elated. There was finally hope for Chaos City. In Chaos City, all of the citizens who were still alive and had been tormented for so long began to weep with joy upon hearing that they were saved. They had been tortured for so long, and now they were finally free and they finally had new hope. Thank you, Poison Sect. The Poison Sect has finally come to save us. Woo, woo! They couldn't help but cry out, their expressions sorrowful. This period of time was like hell, and they really didn't want to go through it again. After the 3 pavilion elders received their orders, they transformed into a single figure and instantly descended into the small courtyard. In the small courtyard, Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian were begging Xiaoyang, hoping that Xiaoyang would allow them to stay and rebuild Chaos City together. After the 3 pavilion elders descended, they smiled and walked up to Xiaoyang, asking Xiaoyang and the others to join them and save the citizens together. Xiaoyang looked at their pleas and had no choice but to agree. He said, "All right, then we'll have to rebuild Chaos City before we leave." "Hoyer, you're the best, cousin. Big brother Xiaoyang, you're the best. I like you so much. Brother Xiaoyang, we weren't wrong about you." Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, and the others were overjoyed as they looked at Xiaoyang excitedly. Even the 3 pavilion elders laughed out loud. Xiaoyang was a very capable person who was proficient in all aspects. With Xiaoyang's help, they believed that this mission would be completed quickly. "Brother Xiaoyang, you have the final say. We'll listen to you." Pavilion Elder Lei, who was covered in lightning, declared his stance to Xiaoyang in a domineering manner. Xiaoyang laughed softly and modestly said, "That won't do. I can only run errands at most. Since you've decided to stay and help, please contact the Poison Sect as soon as possible. Food, medicine, clothing, and other resources will be sent over as soon as possible." WEV already contacted them. They're preparing to send them over through the teleportation formation. The gentle and beautiful Pavilion Elder Lei explained to Xiaoyang with a chuckle. Xiaoyang smiled embarrassedly and said, "Then we'll leave 2 people behind to receive them. We'll also have some people gather the living and bury the dead. The rest of us will work together to change the weather and restore the climate. We'll use our magic power to reconstruct the houses, shops, palaces, and residences. Then we'll set up a defensive formation. How does that sound?" Brother Xiaoyang's arrangement couldn't be better. Let's do it. The 3 pavilion elders, Chen Jifu, Gu Shanqing, and the others' eyes lit up as they hurriedly agreed. Their division of labor was quickly completed. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian stayed behind to receive the Poison Sect disciples who were transporting resources. Gu Shanha and Chen Jifu were responsible for gathering the living, while Gu Shanqing, Li Qinghe, and the others were responsible for handling the dead citizens. Xiaoyang and the 3 pavilion elders flew up to prepare for the construction work. Chaos City had experienced several months of chaos and destruction. Most of the buildings were beyond recognition, and the ones that remained intact could be counted on one hand. In order to restore Chaos City's vitality as quickly as possible, as well as to preserve the original appearance of Chaos City to a greater extent, Xiaoyang suggested that they continue to improve and reconstruct the foundations of those buildings. That would save a lot of manpower and time. If they were to demolish everything and rebuild everything again, it would be a waste of time and effort. Furthermore, it might not be the original Chaos City anymore. Xiaoyang and the 3 pavilion elders quickly came to a consensus. They unleashed their great abilities to construct the city. Constructing a city wasn't something that could be completed in a day. It required a process and time. The four of them weren't in a hurry. They began to construct the city from the north, south, east, and west. Visible beams of light soared into the sky as the four of them unleashed their magic power to continuously reconstruct the buildings. Chapter 374. As the light continued to change and transform, buildings rose from the ground one after another. These new buildings were more perfect and sturdy than the previous ones. They also looked brand new. Among these new buildings, some are houses, some are palaces, some are shops, and some are residences. With the cooperation and hard work of the four of them, the speed of the construction of the city greatly increased. In less than 4 hours, a brand new city appeared in front of everyone. This new city did not have the vicissitudes and ancientness of the previous city, but it had inherited the sturdiness and magnificence of the previous city. It was still dignified and domineering, giving people a feeling of being brand new. This made the people in the city feel both moved and surprised. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. As the natives of the city, they knew very well just how much this city had been destroyed in the past few months. Collapsed buildings were everywhere, and the surroundings were filled with thick dust. As far as the eye could see, there were dilapidated residences and shops everywhere. Corpses were everywhere, and starving prisoners were everywhere. Even the city walls were in tatters, as if they had been slashed by countless tyrannical blades. They were covered in scars and cracks, and the city walls were even more desolate. Not a single blade of grass grew within the city. But now these new buildings were refreshing, as if they had returned to the glorious days of the past. This moved the people to tears, as if they had found the feeling of home again. Perfect! Elder Janga could not help but praise. He clapped his delicate hands, and a satisfied expression appeared on his delicate face. Beautiful, fast enough. The two elders beside him could not help but praise. This time, we have to thank Brother Xiaoyang. If it were not for your help, we would not have progressed so quickly. Elder Lei and Elder Fo expressed their gratitude to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang waved his hand, shook his head, and said, "This is what I should do. Let's go and see how the others are doing." In the air, there were streaks of light flying by from time to time. Every time a streak of light flew by, it meant that a person had been sent to the gathering place. Gu Shanha and Qin Jifu were in charge of gathering the people. They temporarily arranged the living people inside and outside the palace because this was the first place to be built, and it was also the most spacious place. So far, after working for several hours, they had basically gathered all the living people in the city. Gu Shanha and Chen Jifu looked at the poor and wretched people in front of them and could not help but sigh. They sympathized with them. Then Xiaoyang and the 3 pavilion elders arrived. "Greetings, pavilion elders." They bowed to the 3 pavilion elders. "That's enough. We're on the same side. You don't have to do this." Elder Lei waved his hand. Chun Jifu and Gu Shanha could not help but smile embarrassedly. Xiaoyang asked, "How is it? Is everyone here?" Gu Shanha said confidently, "As long as it's someone who can see it, they found it. I don't know if there are still people hiding in the dark." What he meant was that he had basically gathered everyone here. If he missed out on 1 or 2, it would be excusable. He did not speak too slowly. He had always been a cautious and steady person. "You guys are quite fast. You finished your work so quickly. We'll go check on Jiaoya, Chan, and the others to see if the supplies have arrived. I'll have to trouble you guys to continue looking for survivors," Xiaoyang said with a smile. "Don't worry, Brother Xiaoyang. We'll do our best. You guys are quite fast too. There are thousands of buildings in this huge city. It's amazing that you guys have built them up so easily and even set up a defensive formation." Gu Shanha agreed. Qin Jifu said with great ambition, "All right, we'll go now. You guys should hurry up too. There's still a lot of work waiting for you." The group bade farewell and went to do their own things. Xiaoyang and the 3 pavilion elders came to Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan's side. Looking at the empty surroundings, they could not help but frown and ask, "What's wrong? The supplies haven't arrived yet?" "Not yet. We've been waiting for a long time," Lan Jiaoye said gloomily. "That doesn't make sense. Logically speaking, the supplies should have arrived by now." Elder Buddha was puzzled. Just as they were feeling puzzled, there was a sudden burst of light in front of them. A group of more than 10 people appeared. They were all disciples of the poison sect, and they were all wearing the sect's special robes. They were supposed to be arrogant, high-spirited, and elegant. After all, they were disciples of the poison sect. With this identity, they should be proud and aloof. However, at this moment, their faces were all pale, and there was blood at the corners of their mouths. Their robes were tattered, revealing their scarred skin. Their cultivation bases were in disarray and unstable. Greetings to the 3 pavilion elders. The new poison sect disciples immediately bowed to the 3 pavilion elders. Elder Lei frowned, his baleful aura seeping out. He said domineeringly, "Where are the supplies?" These supplies were to help the city's poor citizens. They were also needed for Chaos City's development. They could not be lost. Reporting to Elder Lei, we were attacked by the evil cultivators when we were in transit. We suffered heavy losses. Many of our brothers and sisters have fallen. Even the resources in our hands have been snatched away by the evil cultivators. We are useless. Please punish us. The leading disciple, the 1,000 Poisons King, explained to Elder Lei with a look of self-blame. "What? The evil cultivators attacked you? What's going on? How many of them are there? Where did you transfer from? Tell me clearly." Elder Buddha couldn't sit still any longer. He hurriedly asked with an anxious expression. If they were to lose this batch of resources, then saving Chaos City would be nothing more than empty talk. All of this would only be possible on paper, and they would have to rely on resources and wealth to do the talking. Even the Sword Pavilion Elder's expression changed slightly as he became nervous. The 1,000 Poisons King naturally knew the severity of the situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come with such heavy injuries. He hurriedly explained, reporting to Elder Lei, the other party was led by 3 demons, and there were 30 to 40 ghosts. We were no match for them, so we barely managed to escape and come here to report. The 3 pavilion elders couldn't help but frown. Their expressions were unsightly. "Let's go. Take us to your transit point and try to snatch back this batch of supplies. 1,000 Poisons King, you lead the way. The rest of the poison sect disciples will stay here. Brother Xiaoyang, you can come with us. You don't have any objections, right?" Elder Buddha glanced at Xiaoyang, who was standing at the side, and asked for his opinion. Chaos City had already calmed down. The 4 great Wu Zun had come to an agreement, so there shouldn't be any problems for the time being. Their main defense now was the Evil Cultivators Alliance. Chapter 375. Xiao Yang's abilities were outstanding. He could attack and defend, and he had all kinds of methods and trump cards. Bringing him along would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Seeing that the 3 pavilion elders valued Xiaoyang so much that they even called him brother, the 1,000 Poisons King could not help but feel jealous. He hurriedly said, "Pavilion elders, those evil cultivators from the Evil Cultivator Alliance are extremely ferocious. It's better not to send unrelated people to their deaths. I'll bring you there." Xiaoyang ignored him and said calmly, "There are many people in the city who are injured and hungry. We'd better quickly go and get the supplies." The 1,000 Poisons King was instantly displeased. He looked at Xiaoyang with displeasure and said coldly, "Brother, evil cultivators all have their own unique skills and profound cultivations. It's better for a person with ambition like you to guard this place, lest you lose your life." Think about it. The 3 pavilion elders were now calling Xiaoyang brother. It was obvious that they were close. Once Xiaoyang followed them, He would definitely snatch his position as the #1 outer disciple. This was something that the Thousand Poisons King did not want to see. As long as he left Xiaoyang behind, he would strive to perform well along the way. Then he would be able to establish a good impression and gain the attention of the 3 pavilion elders. Thank you for your concern. I know my limits. Xiaoyang naturally felt the other party's hostility. He did not waste time with the other party and replied indifferently. The 3 pavilion elders immediately sensed the Thousand Poisons King's thoughts. They could not help but frown, but they did not care. Pavilion Elder Lei shouted, "All right, let's go." He led a group of people and stepped into the formation. Then the formation was activated. The light of teleportation enveloped them, and they were instantly teleported away. When they reappeared, they were already at a new place. The Thousand Poisons King glanced at Xiaoyang in disdain. He had the urge to compete with Xiaoyang for favor. He walked up and explained, "Pavilion Elders, this is Transit Mountain. It's the transit point for teleportation. It was here that we were attacked by the evil Cultivator Alliance." Elder Lei nodded and scanned the surroundings. There were indeed traces of a fierce battle. When he saw that it had happened not long ago, he could not help but ask, "How long has it been since you were attacked?" "Elder Lei, half a cup of tea's time has passed." The Thousand Poisons King replied respectfully. Half a cup of tea's worth of time had already passed. It would be easy for those evil cultivators to shift their positions. Now it would be extremely difficult to find and chase after them. Who knew where the evil cultivators would hide? The Thousand Poisons monarch cautiously suggested, "My 3 esteemed pavilion elders, according to this disciple suggestion, let's apply for another batch of resources from the poison sect. That way, we'll be able to make it in time. After all, the situation at Chaos City is urgent. If we want to find the evil cultivators and take back the resources from them, it'll be as difficult as ascending to the heavens." The 3 pavilion elders naturally understood this logic, but it wasn't easy to apply for resources. They couldn't afford to lose this batch of resources. Seeing that the 3 pavilion elders didn't refute his suggestion, as if tacitly agreeing, the Thousand Poisons King couldn't help but feel a little proud. He glanced at Xiaoyang proudly to show off his status. The 3 pavilion elders ignored the Thousand Poisons King. Instead, they turned to Xiaoyang and asked, "Little brother Xiaoyang, what do you think?" If Xiaoyang didn't have any objections, then that was all they could do. This made the Thousand Poisons King very unhappy. Why should he let Xiaoyang decide on his suggestion? Who did this Xiaoyang think he was? Before Xiaoyang could speak, he hurriedly said, "Esteemed pavilion elders, this is our sect's business. It's not good to ask an outsider. If you don't have any objections, I'll contact the poison sect right away." He looked down on Xiaoyang very much. What could Xiaoyang do at such a young age? He also didn't know that Xiaoyang's status was even higher than he'd imagined. Even the 3 pavilion elders had to treat him with caution. Xiaoyang also ignored the other party and said calmly, "Let me see where the evil cultivators are first." When it came to tracking down the other party's tracks, he still had some methods. The 3 pavilion elders also deeply believed that Xiaoyang had some tricks up his sleeve. It'd be best if they could retrieve this batch of resources. That way, the sect wouldn't have to bleed so much. The Thousand Poisons King sneered and said mockingly, "Fellow Taoist, are you stupid?" After the evil cultivators snatched the resources, they fled for half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. That's enough time for them to go wherever they want to go and hide. How are we going to track them down? Who knows which direction they ran in? Who knows how far they ran? Even if we chase after them, we won't be able to catch up without half a day. And even if we do you have the strength to snatch the resources from them? I think you're just wasting your time." Then he looked at the 3 pavilion elders and suggested, "Pavilion elders, why listen to an outsider's words and waste time blindly? This will cause many people to die." "Shut up. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Pavilion Elder Lei couldn't help but scold him. You should know that there's always someone better than you. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean that others can't. Don't be a frog at the bottom of a well. Pavilion Elder Buddha couldn't help but warn him. Pavilion Elder Sword was only a little displeased, but he didn't say anything. This made the Thousand Poisons King even more unhappy. Who does this Xiao Yang think he is? Why are the 3 Pavilion Elders protecting him like this? Are they blind? My disciple is so loyal and always thinks for them. Not only do they not understand, they even scold him like this. What's so good about this Xiao Yang? His heart was filled with anger, and his expression was ugly. He didn't dare to get angry at the 3 Pavilion Elders, so he could only mutter to Xiao Yang, I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to confuse the 3 Pavilion Elders. Once you fail, they'll understand my good intentions. Both sides had different statuses and situations, so Xiao Yang couldn't be bothered to bicker with the other. He had the jade pendant given to him by the poison sect master. Even the 10 Pavilion Elders had to give him some face. Who does this Thousand Poisons King think he is? He didn't care about him at all. Moreover, he could use his own abilities to conquer others. He didn't need to borrow someone else's power to suppress them. I have a technique called the reflection tracing technique. It can find out where the other party went. Xiao Yang casually explained. The eyes of the 3 Pavilion Elders lit up involuntarily. Their eyes were filled with excitement. They trusted Xiao Yang completely. If Xiao Yang really had such a secret technique, it would be the best for them. Only the Thousand Poisons King didn't believe it at all. He curled his lips and muttered with a smile, Playing to the gallery, you only know how to boast. I'd like to see your reflection tracing technique and see how you'll find out where the evil cultivators went. Humph. Chapter 376. As the number 1 outer disciple, the Thousand Poisons King naturally had his own pride and conceit. He didn't think much of a newcomer like Xiao Yang at all. At first glance, he felt that Xiao Yang was very ordinary and had nothing special about him. He couldn't understand why the 3 Pavilion Elders were looking at Xiao Yang in a new light. It made him feel like he was being outlawed. He absolutely couldn't tolerate such a thing happening. Thus, the Thousand Poisons King was provoking and picking a fight with Xiao Yang. He didn't recognize his own position at all, nor did he recognize Xiao Yang's position in this group. His actions were simply looking for humiliation. Xiao Yang didn't bother arguing with him and ignored him completely. In front of the 3 Pavilion Elders, he cast the reflection tracing spell. His hands quickly formed a seal, and a wave of cultivation spread out from his body. As a ray of light shot out from his finger, a screen of light appeared in front of them. The screen was playing the time from an hour ago. From it, they could see the battle between the evil cultivator and the poison sect disciples. They could also see the direction the evil cultivator had left in after succeeding. The scene played out very quickly, reaching the end in just 3 breaths of time. When it was about to end, they could see the evil cultivator's final destination. Xiao Yang withdrew his hand, his expression calm as he explained, If I'm not wrong, that location is the east side of Zhongzhuan Mountain. It's less than 3 kilometers from here. They're quite bold to not take advantage of this opportunity to leave. Pavilion Elder Lei couldn't help but laugh. Good, Brother Xiao Yang has a way. This Pavilion Elder admires you. Brother Xiao Yang, have you ever heard that the more dangerous a place is, the safer it is? That's definitely what they're thinking. Pavilion Elder Lei smiled gently and said calmly, Little brother, after this mission is over, Big Sister will give you a surprise when we return. The bald Buddhist Pavilion Elder looked at Xiao Yang excitedly and said with certainty, Brother Xiao Yang, you didn't see wrong. That is the east side of Zhongzhuan Mountain. Let's go and retrieve the supplies. Only the Thousand Poisons King had an awkward expression. He could only force out a smile that was even uglier than crying. He had originally wanted to cause some trouble for Xiao Yang and watch Xiao Yang make a fool of himself. He never thought that Xiaoyang would actually succeed. It was truly inconceivable. This kind of secret technique was unheard of and unheard of. It seemed that they really couldn't underestimate Xiaoyang. How could he be an ordinary person if he could be valued so highly by the 3 pavilion elders? He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Fellow Taoist, your methods are quite impressive. This 1,000 poisons king admires you." Previously, they had been worrying about how to find the heretic practitioners, and they had no idea what to do about it. He didn't think highly of Xiaoyang, but now that Xiaoyang had found the heretic practitioner's hideout, he could only accept it even if he was unwilling. "Let's go. Let's hurry over." Pavilion Elder Lei used his movement technique and quickly flashed towards the east. Xiaoyang and the others followed one after another. Not long after, they arrived at a hillside that was only 100 feet away from the heretic practitioner's hideout. The 1,000 Poisons King was a little worried. After all, when they were ambushed earlier, the other party had a large number of people. There were 3 demon beasts and 20 to 30 Gui Ruo demons. Now, even if they knew where they were hiding, they were alone. With so few people, rushing forward was no different from courting death. 3 pavilion elders. The other party has a large number of people. Should we contact the sects to help, so that we can catch all of them in one fell swoop? He made a suggestion. His cultivation was the lowest here, so he had to think about his own life. The 3 pavilion elders couldn't help but look at Xiaoyang, wanting to hear Xiaoyang's opinion. Xiaoyang blinked as he surveyed the situation before him. He even secretly released his divine sense, which covered a radius of 3,000 feet to get a better grasp of the enemy's situation. When he was almost done, he raised his head and said to the 3 pavilion elders, "3 pavilion elders, if we ask the poison sect to send people over now, who knows how long we'll have to wait? The starving citizens of Chaos City are still waiting, so they can't afford to waste too much time. The longer we delay, the more likely something will happen." The 1,000 Poisons King was instantly displeased when he heard Xiaoyang's rebuttal. Displeasure appeared on his face, and his eyes were filled with malice. He glanced at Xiaoyang with dissatisfaction and retorted, "What can happen in such a short period of time? Do you think we can succeed with just the few of us? Don't try to be brave, all right? You're just throwing your life away." The 1,000 Poisons King was very opposed to going into battle alone. He also didn't think they could succeed with just the few of them. To put it bluntly, he was afraid of death. Of course, Xiaoyang couldn't say such things out loud. Pavilion Elder Lei glared at the 1,000 Poisons King, telling him not to interrupt. He hadn't found the 1,000 Poisons King annoying before, but now he was very irritating. The 3 pavilion elders were confident that they could put up a fight, not to mention the unfathomable Xiaoyang. As for the 1,000 Poisons King, he was dispensable. This time, he was brought here to lead the way. Without his value, he could go do whatever he wanted. They did not expect the 1,000 Poisons King to be of any help. "Shut up. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak." Pavilion Elder Lei roared at him. The 1,000 Poisons King didn't dare to make a sound, but the indignation on his face was clearly visible. He didn't dare to be dissatisfied with the Pavilion Elder, so he could only glare at Xiaoyang fiercely, transferring all his anger and resentment to Xiaoyang. The Pavilion Elder eased the tension between them and said, "The 1,000 Poisons King's suggestion is naturally correct, but now is not the right time. How about this, 1,000 Poisons King? You stay here and be responsible for supporting us. The 4 of us will go and scout the situation. If we can, we'll take it. If we can't, we'll retreat." This was also Xiaoyang's intention. Don't bring the 1,000 Poisons King. This guy was simply a coward who was afraid of death. He didn't have any courage and only knew how to be jealous. The 1,000 Poisons King was somewhat dissatisfied that the 3 pavilion elders didn't bring him. This meant that the 3 pavilion elders didn't think highly of him. If that was all, then it was fine. However, they wanted to bring Xiaoyang. This showed how much they looked down on him. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. He was now deeply hurt. However, he didn't show his grievance on his face. His eyes darted around, and he quickly had a new idea. Isn't this Xiaoyang always going against me? Then I'll let him be in the limelight this time. It's best if he dies in this battle. After thinking it through, he immediately replied, I'll follow the 3 pavilion elders' orders. All of you be careful. This time, the 1,000 Poisons King seemed to be very sensible. This surprised the 3 pavilion elders and Xiaoyang. Wasn't the 1,000 Poisons King always at odds with Xiaoyang? They didn't understand the evil thoughts in the 1,000 Poisons King's heart. They thought that the other party had finally been enlightened for once. Chapter 377. The 3 pavilion elders and Xiaoyang each executed their movement techniques and silently approached the heretic cultivators. There were 30 to 40 evil cultivators. Some of them had temporarily opened up their cave abodes and lived in them. Some of them were leaning against big trees, and some had set up a simple awning on the ground. There were many different kinds of information about them. Heretic cultivators were the scourge of the 10 great cities. They were the malignant tumors of the poison sect and were the devils in the eyes of the people. This was because they often used human lives to raise their cultivation. Their methods were cruel, bloody, and merciless. They killed people as if they were grass, causing the people to cry out in grief. Many people hated them to the core. Xiaoyang was no exception. He quickly approached one of the heretical cultivators and broke his neck in an instant. Even the weakest among this group of heretic cultivators had the title of Gui Ruamo and a cultivation of martial ancestor realm. Just now, Xiaoyang had killed one of the Gui Ruamo. After Xiaoyang dealt with this person, he executed his movement technique again and approached his next target. The targets he chose were all scattered heretic cultivators in remote areas. This way, he wouldn't be noticed by others, especially those heretic cultivators who used the leaves of trees as cover. They would become his first prey and wouldn't alert others. Xiaoyang's figure leaped between the trees, leaving behind afterimages. In this short period of time, he had already killed 7 to 8 Gui Ruamo without attracting the attention of the other heretic cultivators. In the Heretic Cultivator Alliance, they didn't have their own individual names. They only had a unified title. For example, all martial ancestor realm cultivators were collectively called Gui Ruamo, while all martial ancestor realm 5 were collectively called Yao Ruamo. Among this group of Gui Ruamo, although their strength was quite good, and they also had killing experience, when facing Xiaoyang, who was 4 realms higher than them, they still did not have the power to fight back, not to mention that Xiaoyang had launched a sneak attack. The 1,000 Poisons King, who was watching from a short distance away, had originally wanted to watch Xiaoyang embarrass himself. It would be best if Xiaoyang was killed by the evil cultivator here. However, after witnessing Xiaoyang killing people like scything flax and dealing with 8 Gui Ruamo in such a short time, he was thoroughly shocked. Heavens, is this Xiaoyang a human or a ghost? How can he kill people so quickly? He's even more awesome than me. It's really unimaginable. One had to know that this Xiaoyang was much younger than him. Even if it was him, being able to protect himself when facing Gui Ruamo was already not bad, let alone killing Gui Ruamo. But now, Xiaoyang casually killed so many Gui Ruamo, which gave him a deep blow. The 1,000 Poisons King swallowed a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty. His widened eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He suddenly felt that this Xiaoyang was definitely not as simple as he seemed on the surface. Otherwise, why would he know the reflection tracing technique and now be good at assassination? Thinking of this, his scalp couldn't help but feel numb. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He had offended Xiaoyang many times before. He didn't know if Xiaoyang still held a grudge in his heart. If Xiaoyang wanted to settle the score later, even the 3 pavilion elders wouldn't help him. The 1,000 Poisons King was a little flustered. He secretly wondered if he should find an opportunity to explain to Xiaoyang and resolve the grudge between them. Xiao Yang's achievements made him look at him in a new light. It also gave him a new position of Xiaoyang. The reason why he targeted Xiaoyang before was because he looked down on Xiaoyang. He thought that Xiaoyang was at most a tomboy who had some luck. But now the situation was different. With Xiaoyang's combat strength and assassination ability, even 10 of him wouldn't be enough to deal with him. The reason why Xiaoyang didn't teach him a lesson before was because he didn't want to bother with him. The 1,000 Poisons King finally calmed down. He didn't dare to think about dealing with Xiaoyang anymore. How ordinary could a person who was valued by the 3 Pavilion Elders be? As Xiaoyang quickly destroyed the evil cultivator's strength, Pavilion Elders Lei, Jian, and Buddha didn't slow down either. They also didn't stop killing. The 3 Pavilion Elders' cultivation realms were higher than Xiaoyang's, so their attacks were smoother and more straightforward. Because the 3 of them grew up together, they had a tacit understanding. Even the cultivation techniques they cultivated were similar. Therefore, when they faced the Gui Ruomo in groups of 3 to 5, they would attack together. This was much faster than Xiaoyang doing it alone. On average, 6 evil cultivators died in their hands. In addition to the 8 that Xiaoyang killed, there were a total of 26 evil cultivators. Up until now, they had a total of 40 evil cultivators. Now that they had lost more than half, some evil cultivators finally realized that something was wrong. Not good. Enemy attack. Be alert. A red-robed evil cultivator couldn't help but soar into the sky and warn all the evil cultivators. At the same time, he became focused and vigilant. He released his divine thought to search for Xiaoyang and the others. When he realized the situation around him, his face couldn't help but turn gloomy. His expression was very ugly. We actually lost more than half of our evil cultivators. Damn it, these bastards. He couldn't help but curse a few times. He was very angry. The 2 green-robed and blue-robed evil cultivators came out of the cave abode immediately. Then they soared into the sky. Their bodies floated in midair, looking down at the situation below. When they realized what was going on, their faces turned dark. Murderous auras were emitted from their bodies. Ever since they started fighting, they had never suffered such a huge loss. However, at this moment, they had actually lost so many evil cultivators. They were so angry that they almost vomited blood. It was very painful, and they couldn't bear to do it. Who are you? Why aren't you coming out? The red-robed Yao Ruo coldly snorted and slapped his palm forward. As his palm landed, a white ripple immediately spread out and swept through the surroundings. Xiaoyang and the other 3, who had concealed their auras, could only reveal themselves under the influence of the white ripples. It's you. People from the poison sect? You're really persistent. Just nice. I'll take this opportunity to take care of you. Why aren't you dying? When the red-robed Yao Ruomo saw who it was, his face was filled with anger. He let out a roar, and his aura suddenly surged. The aura of his cultivation became even more berserk. In an instant, he charged towards the 3 Pavilion Elders to attack. Leave this evil cultivator to me. The Sword Pavilion Elder changed from her previous weak appearance and coldly scolded. Then, she pulled out her divine sword and slashed at the evil cultivator. The 2 of them quickly tangled together. The remaining 2 evil cultivators and the 2 Pavilion Elders didn't stay idle either. They didn't waste any time talking and immediately released their cultivation. They immediately charged at each other and started a fierce fight. Their auras were very strong. Chapter 378. The remaining dozen or so Gui Ruomo who had yet to make a move remained alert and vigilant, guarding against any unexpected situations that might occur in their surroundings. They all stared at Xiaoyang and the other 3 venomously, and their eyes were similarly bloodthirsty and greedy. Kill, kill, kill! The dozen or so Gui Ruomo roared angrily, and their battle cries shook the heavens. Waves of murderous aura surged, and when the murderous aura condensed, it seemed to have solidified. These evil cultivators seemed to have cultivated a joint attack formation. When Xiaoyang saw this, he could not help but narrow his eyes, and a look of curiosity appeared on his face. Just as they were about to join forces to interfere with the battle of the three pavilion elders, Xiaoyang could not help but step forward and smile coldly. He glanced at them provocatively and said coldly, "Hey, your opponent is me. Kill." The combined attack of the dozen, or So Gue Ruo Mo, instantly attacked Xiaoyang. The strength of their combat power was comparable to that of a fourth-level martial grandmaster, and one could not help but be cautious. Not far away, the Thousand Poisons King, who was watching from the sidelines, did not know whether to be happy or sad when he saw that Xiaoyang had fallen into the joint attack formation of the dozen, or So Evil cultivators. It was true that he wanted to get rid of Xiaoyang because Xiaoyang had stolen his limelight. However, evil cultivators were the public enemy of mankind after all. Furthermore, Xiaoyang had previously performed outstandingly. Therefore, he did not wish for Xiaoyang to die at the hands of evil cultivators. "Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang, you'll suffer if you like to show off," the Thousand Poisons King murmured. The Thousand Poisons King murmured. His eyes narrowed as he watched Xiaoyang's battle. In his opinion, Xiaoyang was doomed. Previously, Xiaoyang had been able to kill 7 or 8 Gue Romo because of his assassination and sneak attacks. Now, more than 10 Gue Romo were on high alert and were practicing a joint attack formation. Even the Pavilion Elder would have to retreat, let alone Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was facing the combined attack of more than 10 evil cultivators, but he was not afraid at all. Instead, he revealed traces of battle intent. When he saw the other party using a martial technique to attack him, he could not help but cheer. Good timing. With a roar, he performed the Firmament Palm, a must-learn martial art of the Xiao family. He fiercely pressed down on the evil cultivators. A huge palm print was instantly condensed in the air, releasing a terrifying aura. The 5-fingered palm print was like a mountain. With a buzzing sound, a green light flowed all over it. Then it instantly pressed down on the evil cultivators. The supreme power that erupted caused the evil cultivators' faces to change drastically. Their eyes were filled with fear. One must know that among the 10 Gue Romo, their cultivation was only at the martial arts grandmaster level. The strength and mental strength of an individual evil cultivator were very weak. As the saying goes, when disaster strikes, everyone flies separately. The trust between evil cultivators was pitiful. They only cared about their own interests. "Don't panic. Let's fight back together," Gue Ruoamo shouted. He forced himself to calm down and reminded his companions beside him. If they joined forces now, they still had the power to fight back. Once they fought alone, they might be defeated by Xiaoyang one by one. From Xiaoyang's attack, they knew how terrifying Xiaoyang was. He was at least a martial arts grandmaster level for existence. They could not afford to offend him. Yes, don't panic. Rise, defense. One by one, the Gue Ruomo calmed down and activated their own cultivation. Together with the Gue Ruomo beside them, they condensed a black defensive light shield to defend against the 4 of them. Xiaoyang blinked. After the Gue Ruomo blocked the attack of the Firmament Palm, he performed the Barbaric God's Finger and the full Jade Golden Mountain technique. As the Barbaric God's Finger was performed, a terrifying fingerprint with shocking power released a monstrous pressure. It instantly penetrated the defensive light shield of the Gue Ruomo and the others. Looking at it with the naked eye, one could see a big hole in their defensive light shield. The hole was pierced by the Barbaric God's Finger. All the Gue Ruomo who blocked the Barbaric God's Finger were severely injured and affected. Their defensive light shield was weakened by a lot. Xiaoyang saw this, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. He also relaxed a lot. According to this situation, they would not be able to hold on for long. As Xiaoyang continued to perform the full jade golden mountain technique, a majestic rain fell in an instant. The rain was dense, and every raindrop seemed to have the power of 10,000 caddies. It attacked their defensive light shield. Under the destruction of this downpour, their defensive light shield was on the verge of collapse, as if it could collapse at any time. The light shield flickered and became weak and dim. Big holes appeared on it. Although the defensive light shield had an automatic repair function, the speed of repair was far slower than the speed of destruction. Therefore, the speed of their collapse was even faster. In less than 10 breaths of time, some of the Gue Ruamo who could not hold on chose to give up and shouted, "Run, quickly disperse! Don't make unnecessary sacrifices here." After the Gue Ruamo took the lead and ran away, the rest of the Gue Ruamo could not sit still. One by one, they burst out with their cultivation and performed their movement techniques to leave the place. They were all very clear that those who left first would be safe. The more people who lasted until the end, the more dangerous it would be and the greater the consumption would be. For a group of selfish people like them, only fools would stay at the end. After all, evil cultivators were evil cultivators. They could not trust their companions. Xiaoyang did not waste any effort and completely destroyed their joint attack formation. Next, it was a one-on-one strangulation. It was like a fierce tiger jumping into a sheep pen and pouncing on its prey. "Die quickly!" Xiaoyang roared, and a savage smile appeared on his face. Then he took a step forward, and his figure suddenly flashed. When he reappeared, he was in front of one of the Gue Ruamo. With a flip of his hand, he slapped down, and the Gue Ruamo was slapped into a cloud of blood mist. After getting rid of one, Xiaoyang was still not satisfied. He continued to chase after them. As his figure flashed again and again, many Gue Ruamo fell in his hands one after another. Every flash of light represented the death of one of the Gue Ruamo. Cleaning up more than 10 Gue Ruamo, like stray dogs, was a piece of cake for Xiaoyang. In less than 3 breaths of time, a total of 10 Gue Ruamo were killed by Xiaoyang. The reason why it was so fast, in addition to Xiaoyang's high cultivation, was that they had lost their will to fight. Their hearts were filled with fear. There were still 2 Gue Ruamo who escaped, not far away. It was estimated that they were 500 feet away. "Humph! Do you think you can run away? Ridiculous!" Xiaoyang sneered, then closed his eyes and used the mental cultivation method of the mind dream. The invisible divine sense split into 2 and chased after the 2 Gue Ruamo. Mental secret skill attack was very different from martial skills. As the name implied, mental martial skills and secret skill attack focused on attacking the opponent's mind and sea of consciousness. Chapter 379. What was the fastest thing in the cultivation world? Was it the speed of light? Of course it wasn't. Of course it was the speed of one's will. It could travel millions of miles in an instant, much faster than light. This divine sense attack was actually like a mind attack, but it needed to be specially cultivated, and it also needed a matching cultivation method. The 2 fleeing Gue Rua demons couldn't compare to the speed of the spiritual sense. In the blink of an eye, they were hit. While they were fleeing, they instantly let out miserable cries. That was because the traceless heart dream had affected their sea of consciousness, causing them to be unable to help but howl in pain. Plop! Their fleeing bodies suddenly fell to the ground, motionless. There was no sign of life in them. They were completely dead. Even if they were already dead, their eyes were still open because they had died with grievances. They were very clear that among all the Gue Ruamo, only the 2 of them could run the fastest, and only the 2 of them could run the furthest. They even had the hope of surviving and were secretly relieved. However, the moment they relaxed a little, they were instantly killed by Xiaoyang's traceless dream. They didn't even know how they died. How could they be willing to accept it? You overestimated yourselves. Xiaoyang clapped his hands, a faint smile on his face. He looked very confident and cheerful. Then he slowly walked up and searched their bodies one by one. He took their storage rings, all kinds of resources, cultivation resources, and anything of value. He didn't let go of their identity medallions. These were the Gue Rua demons' medallions. Poison sect disciples were proud to have a heretical cultivator's medallion. Didn't you see how Lu Kaijia and Zhou Zhengxing treated the medallion? They treated it like a treasure. After that experience, Xiaoyang naturally treasured the medallion even more. Even if he couldn't use it, it was good to use it as a favor. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Chanchan, and the others were clamoring for it. Even Qin Jifu, Li Qinghe, and Gu Shanqing were looking forward to it. Xiaoyang kept the 30-plus evil cultivator tokens and couldn't help but chuckle. This time he finally had some gifts for Lan Jiaoye, Gu Chanchan, and the others. All right, that was not the main point. The main point was that they had collected all kinds of cultivation resources and wealth. This was an astronomical figure. One had to know that they were all martial arts grandmasters. As martial arts grandmasters, especially martial arts grandmasters who were evil cultivators, how could they not have money and cultivation resources? This was really going to benefit Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang put away the heretical cultivator token, then checked the storage rings one by one to see if there were any supplies from the poison sect. After all, the poison sect's resources had all been snatched away by the evil cultivators. Their goal this time was to take back their resources. After checking again, Xiaoyang couldn't help but sigh. There was nothing that he wanted to retrieve. He glanced at the fierce battle in the air and reminded, "The supplies are most likely with the 3 fiendish demons. We can't let them go so easily." After hearing this, the 3 pavilion elders' battle intent surged, and the strength of their attacks increased as well, pressuring the evil cultivators' 3 great demons. If it was a one-on-one battle, fiendish demons might not be afraid of the pavilion elders. But if they were to team up, fiendish demons as evil cultivators were no match for them. Because evil cultivators were selfish people, it was hard for them to trust their companions. Hence, most of them fought alone. However, the 3 pavilion elders were different. Their friendship had been cultivated since they were young. The cultivation techniques they cultivated were all meant for teamwork. Hence, when they realized that they couldn't win in a one-on-one battle, they tacitly chose to team up. The combined might of the 3 pavilion elders was much more ferocious than when they fought alone. Fiendish demons were having a hard time dealing with them. "I'll help you," Xiaoyang shouted. Then he activated his cultivation and used his movement technique. His body instantly rose into the air and floated in midair. He glanced at the red-robed fiendish demons and snorted. He used the barbarian god's finger and pointed it out. The fingerprint, which was about 10 feet in size, flowed with a dark green light. With a buzz, it carried a monstrous force and instantly charged toward his opponent. "Damn it, bastard." Fiendish demons sensed Xiaoyang's attack and couldn't help but become irritated. He couldn't help but curse. Now that he was facing the combined attack of the 3 pavilion elders, he was having a hard time. Now that there was an additional opponent who wasn't easy to deal with, it was simply adding fuel to the fire. "Don't you want supplies? I'll give them to you. Let's retreat." The red-robed fiendish demons knew that if this continued, they would be defeated sooner or later. Hence, he simply took off the storage ring from his finger and threw it to the other side. The moment the 3 pavilion elders caught the storage ring, he immediately increased his speed and escaped. The other 2 fiendish demons did the same. The 3 pavilion elders caught the storage ring, and the 3 fiendish demons were able to escape. "We've got it." The 3 pavilion elders looked at the storage ring in their hands. Finally, a smile appeared on their cold faces. They used their divine senses and penetrated the storage ring. When they saw the various supplies in the storage ring, they breathed a sigh of relief and finally felt at ease. "Brother Xiaoyang, we've got it. Let's go." The 3 pavilion elders called out to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang responded and landed beside them. The 4 of them returned to the small hill. The Thousand Poisons King was still waiting. When he saw Xiaoyang and the other three walking over, he immediately rushed out of the hill and ran up with a smile. He bowed and said with a smile, "Congratulations to the 3 pavilion elders. You've successfully taken back the supplies and avenged the poison sect's disciples. Fellow Taoist, I was blind and prejudiced against you. I apologize to you. Please forgive me." The Thousand Poisons King knew that Xiaoyang wasn't on the same level as him. He couldn't afford to have him, and Xiaoyang couldn't possibly compete with him for favor. Hence, he immediately changed his tit-for-tat attitude and repeatedly bowed and apologized to Xiaoyang. "It's fine. I never took it to heart. Let's hurry up and leave. The citizens of Chaos City are still waiting. Every minute we stay here is another minute of suffering for them." Xiaoyang waved his hand in a magnanimous manner. The Thousand Poisons King admired his magnanimity and was sincerely convinced by Xiaoyang. "Let's go back and activate the teleportation spell formation," Elder Fo called out, and the group of people quickly left. The Poison Sect had set up a teleportation spell formation on Mount Zhongzhuan for the sake of transit. Chapter 380. Most teleportations were light, small, and few in number. That was the main reason they were teleporting people. Once they were transporting heavy and large items, they wouldn't be able to teleport to their destination in one go. That required a transfer point, which was why they had set up a transfer formation at the transfer point. Now that their mission was complete, Xiaoyang and the others hurried to catch up with Elder Buddha and head to the transfer point. When they arrived, the 3 pavilion elders took out their identity medallions and spirit stones, placing them in various secret places. Then they circulated their cultivation methods and activated the transfer formation. Once the transportation formation was activated, it released a powerful beam of light that enveloped them. After examining them for a moment and confirming that they were Poison Sect disciples, it activated a shocking teleportation power and sent them away in the blink of an eye. When Xiaoyang and the others reappeared, they were already at the gates of Chaos City. Due to everyone's hard work, Chaos City had been completely rebuilt, and it was even more spectacular than it had been in the past. Even the weather was no longer as gloomy and dark as it had been in the past. Under the influence of the city's spell formation, the weather and temperature here had become more suitable for human habitation. Xiaoyang and the others couldn't help but feel refreshed when they saw the city they'd renovated. They felt comfortable all over, and their moods improved. "Come, let's go find Gushanha and the others." Elder Buddha was in a good mood. He called out to them and walked through the city gates. Inside the city, there were already many people waiting for them. There were outer sect disciples of the Poison Sect who'd come to ask for help, natives of the city, Gushanha, Lanjaya, and the others. When they saw Xiaoyang and the others, they couldn't hold back their excitement, and tears welled up in their eyes. "They're finally back. We're going to be saved. Esteemed pavilion elders, you're back. That's great." Gushanha, Li Qingha, Gu Shanqing, and Qin Jifu led the group forward enthusiastically and excitedly to welcome Xiaoyang and the others' triumphant return. The 3 pavilion elders looked at the pitiful people who were so thin and starving that they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. "We won't give up on any of you. We've already brought back the supplies. You won't have to worry about food or clothing for a year. Don't worry." Then the 3 pavilion elders took out a large amount of resources and distributed them to the needy through their cultivation. "Many thanks to your excellency. Many thanks to the Poison Sect. We're saved. We're finally saved. It's all because of these kind-hearted people. If it weren't for these chivalrous heroes, we would have died long ago. Thank you, thank you. We'll kneel down for you." Many of the citizens of Chaos City knelt on the ground, crying and shouting to express their gratitude. They would never forget the efforts of Xiaoyang, Qin Jifu, Li Qingha, Lan Jiaoya, and the others. They would never forget the kindness of the 3 pavilion elders and the Poison Sect. Gu Qianqian, Lan Jia, the 3 pavilion elders, the 1,000 Poison King, and the others couldn't help but feel moved when they saw this. You're all citizens of the poison sect, so it's only right that we save you. On the other hand, it's the poison sect's incompetence that caused you to suffer for months. If the poison sect is in the wrong, you should forgive them." Elder Buddha's heart was touched. He quickly stopped them from kneeling and used his cultivation to get them up. Elder Sword and Elder Thunder did the same. Looking at the number of citizens, Elder Buddha immediately knew that there were still some who hadn't arrived. He immediately turned to Xiaoyang and handed the remaining resources to Xiaoyang. "Brother Xiaoyang, only a small number of citizens have come to receive us. There are many starving and injured citizens waiting for help in the main hall. I'll have to trouble you to go there personally. Leave it to me." Xiaoyang nodded and took the storage ring from Elder Buddha's hand. Then he used his cultivation and movement skills to leave the place. 2 breaths of time later, he arrived at the main hall. He'd instructed Gu Shanha and Chan Jifu to gather the survivors here, so he was very familiar with the place. Inside and outside the main hall, the people here were all seriously injured. They were either sick or dizzy from hunger. Their limbs were weak. Anyone with a bit of strength left for the city gates. Xiaoyang couldn't help but sigh when he saw their miserable state. His heart filled with compassion as he said, "Fellow citizens, I've come to save you on behalf of the poison sect. Now I'll give you food, water, and supplies." With that, he took out a large amount of food and water from his storage ring. Using his cultivation, he divided them into countless portions and distributed them accordingly. Then he took out clothes and handed them out. The emaciated citizens immediately burst into tears when they saw the food and water in front of them. They couldn't help but shed tears of joy and sorrow. When they thought of their previous misery and the mouth-watering food before them, they could only cry out loud to vent their emotions. "We're finally saved. The poison sect has finally come to save us. It hasn't been easy. It's been 3 whole months. They'd already given up hope. They'd been silently waiting for death. Now, they'd finally seen hope of survival. How could they not be grieving? Only after experiencing that kind of life, worse than death, would you be able to better understand the taste of being alive now." "Sob, sob. Thank you, great benefactor. Little brother, you're really a good person. We finally don't have to suffer to death. It's all thanks to little brother's great kindness and the poison sect's rescue. We'll kneel before you. We're grateful to the poison sect and this hero." These miserable citizens wolfed down food and water as they struggled to kneel on the ground and kowtowed to Xiaoyang. This chaotic and noisy scene lasted for quite a while. Xiaoyang also took the opportunity to use healing medicine to help them recover from their injuries. After the treatment, he tried to persuade them to get up, but they wouldn't listen. In the end, he could only use his cultivation to suppress them and stop them. He comforted them by saying, "Fellow citizens, there's no need for this. Once you've eaten your fill, you can go home. Your homes have already been rebuilt. I trust that Chaos City will return to its former glory." "Sob, sob, that's right. We've all seen it. Many houses have been rebuilt. Our homes have also been rebuilt. Many thanks, great benefactor. Many thanks, great benefactor." They fell to their knees again in gratitude. Xiaoyang slowly said, "Don't worry. You don't need to worry about basic necessities. Our supplies are enough to last you for a year. As long as you farm well and do business well, your lives will improve." Chapter 381. Go back now. Once you're clean, we'll head to the cemetery together to send your loved ones off. Xiaoyang comforted them for a while longer before they went back. Many of the people who had suffered returned home to begin their new lives. Half a day later, all of the city's citizens gathered at the cemetery. The construction of the cemetery was naturally done by Xiaoyang and the 3 pavilion elders. Li Qinghe, Gu Shanqing, and the others were in charge of burying the dead. Now that all of them were buried, all that was left was a memorial ceremony. The memorial ceremony was presided over by the 3 pavilion elders. It was mainly for the citizens to express their emotions. After this memorial ceremony was over, everyone returned home. Xiaoyang, the Thousand Poisons King, Qin Jifu, Gu Shanhe, Gu Shanqing, Li Qinghe, Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and the others also returned to their courtyard. It had been severely damaged before, but now it had become an exquisite and elegant little courtyard. The three pavilion elders walked into the courtyard together and saw Xiaoyang, the Thousand Poisons King, and the others. Their expressions were relaxed and joyful. It was obvious that they were very satisfied with the rescue work in Chaos City. Chaos City is basically on the right track now. After the news spread, many of the residents who had left the city were willing to return. At the same time, merchants from all of the major cities are also willing to invest here. I'm sure Chaos City will return to its former glory soon. This is all thanks to you. I will remember this, and so will the Poison Sect. The three pavilion elders cupped their fists respectfully to Xiaoyang and the others. Although Xiaoyang and the others were only outstanding disciples chosen by the Poison Sect, what they had done was enough to earn their respect and gratitude. Xiaoyang stepped forward with a smile and said, "This is what we should do. Since this matter is over, we should leave." He glanced at Gu Shanhe, Qin Jifu, and the others. They all stepped forward and cupped their fists with a smile. "We'll take our leave now. Let's meet again at the Poison Sect." When they first came to Chaos City, Zhou Jingxing had caused them to be scattered all over the place, and they were all in danger. Now, Chaos City had also entered a peaceful and free period of development. They were already very satisfied and had nothing more to ask for. It was time for them to leave. "All right, you're all disciples chosen by the Poison Sect, so this pavilion elder is proud of you. Once the economy, medicine, culture, and other aspects of this place have stabilized, this pavilion elder will return to the Poison Sect and invite you to a private banquet. I won't be seeing you off here." Elder Fo, Elder Zhang, and Elder Lei watched as Xiaoyang and the others left. "Brother Xiaoyang, take care of yourself. If you encounter any problems, just use my name as the Thousand Poisons King. I will definitely be able to resolve many problems for you." When he passed by the Thousand Poisons King, the Thousand Poisons King shouted at Xiaoyang. His expression was sincere and did not seem to be fake. Before, he had some opinions about Xiaoyang, but that was because he didn't know Xiaoyang's status in everyone's hearts, nor did he know how strong Xiaoyang was. But after the incident at Zhongzhuan Mountain, he was completely convinced of Xiaoyang's abilities. Xiaoyang smiled and nodded, indicating that he had received the Thousand Poisons King's kind intentions. Only then did he leave with Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and the others. The Thousand Poisons King's eyes lit up, and his expression became excited. A brilliant smile appeared on his face. Judging from Xiaoyang's reaction, he knew that Xiaoyang had forgiven him. This was something worth celebrating. What is this? Who gave it to me?" The Thousand Poisons King immediately sensed that something had appeared in his hand. He looked up and recognized it. It was Gue Ruamo's identity medallion. Hiss! He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, then gulped. His expression was filled with excitement as he gripped Gue Ruamo's identity medallion tightly, feeling both grateful and guilty. Without a doubt, Gue Ruamo's identity medallion was given to him by Xiaoyang. He actually gave me this precious medallion that represents honor. The Thousand Poisons King was in disbelief. His heart was pounding, and even his lips were trembling. He couldn't even speak properly. As long as one was a disciple of the Poison Sect, they would understand the significance of this medallion. Many disciples wouldn't be able to obtain this medallion even if they worked their entire lives. It was something that many disciples dreamed of, but Xiaoyang gave him one just like that and didn't care about his previous offense. The Thousand Poisons King almost wanted to cry. Xiaoyang's breadth of mind and character was truly too touching. "Many thanks, Brother Xiaoyang. I won't let you down." The Thousand Poisons King didn't know what to say. Seeing Xiaoyang's group leaving the small courtyard, he could only shout out gratefully. The 3 pavilion elders glanced at the 1,000 Poisons king with gratification, thinking that he was finally sensible. The group walked to the city gates. Xiaoyang stopped and looked at them. I almost forgot. I prepared a gift for all of you. I hope you like it. What? There's a gift? How could Xiaoyang's gift be ordinary? Chen Jifu, Li Qinghe, Lan Jiaoye, and the others immediately became excited. They stared at Xiaoyang with fervent gazes, filled with anticipation. Cousin, what gift is it? Hurry, let me see. Lan Jiaoye hurriedly reached out and urged Xiaoyang. Gu Qianqian's beautiful eyes also moved with passion. She was very curious about this gift. Xiaoyang smiled and reached out. He took out more than 10 medallions and handed them to them. These are all for you. Are you satisfied? Wow, so many. Wow, it's actually Gue Rua Mo's medallion. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian couldn't help but exclaim. Their delicate faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Even Gu Shanhe, Chen Jifu, and the others were shocked. It was already extremely difficult for others to obtain a Gue Rua Mo's medallion, but this Xiaoyang took out more than 10 medallions in one go. How could they survive? It wasn't easy to meet people from the evil Cultivator Alliance. Moreover, the cultivators from the evil Cultivator Alliance were all extremely evil and cruel. They were almost invincible in the same realm. Xiaoyang suddenly took out so many medallions. Didn't this mean that Xiaoyang had fought with a group of Gue Ruamo? How dangerous was that? However, judging from the current situation, those Gue Ruamo must have been killed by Xiaoyang. Otherwise, they might have lost their medallions that were as important as their lives. Brother Xiaoyang, you guys went to Zhongzhuan Mountain and had a big battle? Gu Shanhe asked in shock. He didn't immediately take the medallion that he had been dreaming of. Compared to this medallion that represented honor, he was more worried about Xiaoyang's safety. Xiaoyang didn't hide anything and simply explained the situation at Zhongzhuan Mountain. He calmly said, yes, those evil cultivators were in a group. There were 20 to 30 Gue Ruamo, led by 3 Gue Ruamo. Chapter 382. They were the ones who stole the resources the poison sect disciples brought over. Thankfully, we managed to get them back. These identity medallions were taken from them as well. It's just a pity that the 3 greater demons escaped. CK, holy shit. That was awesome. They actually fought a huge battle with a group from the Heretic Cultivator Alliance and defeated them. This was truly inconceivable. Based on Xiaoyang's tone, the 3 greater demons had escaped. He was a little dissatisfied. According to Xiaoyang, wouldn't he only be satisfied after killing the greater demons? Heavens, that was the greater demons, a 5th-level martial ancestor. Did you think they were cabbages from the roadside? How could you kill them just like that? If they didn't know Xiaoyang well, they would definitely think that Xiaoyang thought highly of himself. However, they all knew that Xiaoyang had once killed a greater demons, so they could sense just how powerful Xiaoyang was. If you don't want it, I'll take it away. There are plenty of people who want it. Xiaoyang reminded them when he saw how shocked they were. He shook the medallion in his hand. Yes. Why don't you want it? Give it to me. I want it too. Lan, Jaya, Gu Qianqian, and the others scrambled to snatch it, afraid that it would be gone if they were late. When they received the gifts they wanted, they couldn't help but hold and observe the medallions in their hands. These were all honor medallions that they wanted. They didn't expect to get them just like that. It seemed that this trip to Chaos City wasn't a bad thing after all. They were immersed in this kind of enjoyment. After waiting for a while, Xiaoyang stood up again and walked forward. Lan Jiaye quickly put away the medallion that they'd worked so hard to obtain. Then she glanced at the scorching sun and couldn't help but frown. She called out to Xiaoyang, "Cousin, are we going to the Poison Sect next? Or Flame City?" Their original goal was to go to the Poison Sect, but Zhou Jingxing had tricked them in Flame City and almost killed them. Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes and released a faint killing intent. He looked at the crowd and said, "You guys decide. Do you want to go to the Poison Sect or Flame City for revenge?" Revenge? Yes, revenge. That bastard Zhou Jingxing must be killed to appease the anger of the people. Not to mention that the 3 pavilion elders were secretly supporting them and had clearly expressed that they would back them up. Even if there was a big commotion, the 3 pavilion elders would clean up the mess. They were not afraid of anything. Moreover, this matter was just a grudge with Zhou Jingxing. How big could it be? Return to Flame City and find that bastard Zhou Jingxing for revenge. I have to return to Flame City. If I don't kill Zhou Jingxing, I won't be able to swallow this anger. Zhou Jingxing must die. He actually abused his power for personal gain and used public resources for personal gain. He even nearly killed us. Gu Shanhe, Li Qinghe, and the others expressed their opinions one after another. They were all hot-blooded youths and had accomplished so much at such a young age. They naturally had a sense of pride and dignity. How could they tolerate being trampled on and framed by others? Let's go. We'll return to Flame City together. Xiaoyang made his decision. There was a teleportation formation in Chaos City. The Poison Sect disciples had used this formation to transport their supplies. They quickly arrived at Chaos City's teleportation tower. With the 3 pavilion elders' permission and their honorary medallions, it was easy to activate the teleportation formation on its own. No one was watching over the teleportation formation for now, so there was no need to worry about anyone sabotaging it. As the light of the teleportation formation descended, Xiaoyang's group was teleported away in the blink of an eye. When they reappeared, they were already back in Flame City. They were now in the vicinity of the transport tower. Inside the teleportation tower, Zhou Jingxing used his status as the top leader to summon Lu Kaijia. When Lu Kaijia received the notice, he naturally couldn't refuse. He still had to abide by the rules of subordinates, obeying their superiors. He had no choice but to obey the summons. However, he was deeply worried the entire way. His brows were tightly knitted and his heart was heavy. During this time, the other party had deliberately made things difficult for him and punished him. He didn't know what kind of tricks the other party would play this time. The other party's reasons for targeting him were simple. First, he wasn't loyal to him. Second, he was too close to Xiaoyang. Zhou Jingxing had already framed Xiaoyang and the others. He viewed Xiaoyang as an enemy. How could he allow Lu Kaijia to get close to Xiaoyang? "Steward Zhou, you were looking for me?" Lu Kaijia asked after they entered a room. Zhou Jingxing was sitting on a chair in front of a desk, holding a stack of documents in his hands. When he saw Lu Kaijia arrive, he pretended not to see him and continued to read the documents in his hands. Lu Kaijia secretly despised him and showed disdain on his face. The other party called him over and ignored him. It was obvious that he wanted to embarrass him. Now he was giving him a show of strength. This wasn't the first time this had happened. Lu Kaijia had long been used to it. He wasn't in a hurry and stood there unhurriedly. He wanted to see what the other party was up to. After waiting for a while, Zhou Jingxing finally put down the document in his hand and pretended to see Lu Kaijia for the first time. He smiled and said, "Oh, so it's Captain Lu. Why didn't you remind me? Come, have a seat. I have a lot of good tea here." Lu Kaijia expressed his disdain. It wasn't like he hadn't greeted him. Besides, the other party deliberately asked him to come over. How could he not know? I saw that Steward Zhou was so engrossed in his work that he forgot to eat and sleep, so I didn't dare to disturb you. It's only right for me to wait a little longer. Lu Kaijia said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. It was just pure politeness and etiquette. "Sit, Captain Lu. You know my thoughts. I admire your ability. I hope you can be of use to me." Zhou Jingxing went straight to the point. "I don't dare. I'll just stand." Lu Kaijia didn't sit down. He just stood. It was obvious that he wouldn't accept the other party's offer of enlistment. It was impossible for him to surrender. Zhou Jingxing naturally noticed Lu Kaijia's resistance. A trace of anger flashed across his face. After so many days, his patience had long been exhausted. If it wasn't for the fact that he valued Lu Kaijia and wanted to subdue him, he would have killed Lu Kaijia a long time ago. Now that he had run out of patience, it was time to lay all his cards on the table. It was also the last chance for the other party. If the other party didn't know what was good for him, he could only harden his heart and kill him. Lu Kaijia, can't you see my painstaking efforts? Is it so difficult to surrender to me? Are you really not thinking about your life? Or is it because I don't dare to kill you? Zhou Jingxing's expression was gloomy. He narrowed his eyes, revealing a murderous intent. His temperament was cold. His aura locked onto Lu Kaijia as he questioned him unkindly. Since he had decided to shed all pretense of cordiality, there was no need to talk about feelings. Chapter 383. Lu Kaijia's expression instantly turned cold. Killing intent surged from his body as he fearlessly refuted Zhou Jingxing. Steward Zhou, I don't understand what you're saying. I'm a member of the Poison Sect, and my mission is to help you guard the teleportation tower. What mistake have I made that you want to kill me? Let me tell you, I'm not that easy to kill, nor am I someone who can be bullied so easily. On the surface, it was impossible to find fault with Lu Kaijia. In truth, there was nothing wrong with Lu Kaijia. It was just that Zhou Jingxing was acting out of his own selfishness. Very well. You're determined to go against me, aren't you? Zhou Jingxing grew even angrier at Lu Kaijia's reply. His face darkened as he glared at Lu Kaijia. Lu Kaijia sneered and said disdainfully, Steward Zhou, I don't understand what you're saying. We're all members of the Poison Sect and serve them. How could we go against you? Are you mistaken? Oh, I forgot. You've never forgotten that you're a member of the Zhou clan. You eat, drink, and use the Poison Sect, but your heart belongs to the Zhou clan, right? You're rebelling. This captain is dedicated to the Poison Sect, so I naturally wouldn't mess around with you. What? I ran into your rebellion, so you want to kill me to silence me? Lu Kaijia mocked the other party, not worried at all that the other party would attack him. His goal was simple. Once the other party killed him, the Poison Sect would investigate and the other party wouldn't have a good ending. That way, they'd die together, and it'd be revenge for Xiaoyang and the others. That's right. In his opinion, Xiaoyang and the others should have died after being teleported to Chaos City. However, he was willing to follow Xiaoyang, so he was one of Xiaoyang's people. This Zhou Jingxing had killed Xiaoyang, so Lu Kaijia felt that he had to avenge Xiaoyang. Humph! Hearing Lu Kaijia's tough words, Zhou Jingxing snorted coldly, and the killing intent on his body grew even stronger. He said coldly, If I kill you, what can you do, Lu Kaijia? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately unleashed the terrifying cultivation of a third-level martial ancestor. With a loud bang, he slammed his palm towards Lu Kaijia. Whether it was the momentum, the speed, or the power, they were all very frightening. This was a palm technique used to the extreme. Lu Kaijia was no match for the other party at all. He had just sensed the danger and wanted to resist. But before he could do anything, the other party's palm had already hit his chest, and a violent force swept through his entire body. With a muffled bang, Lu Kaijia's body flew out and hit the wall, creating a big hole in the wall and stirring up smoke and dust. Wow! After Lu Kaijia landed on the ground, he couldn't help but feel a sweet taste in his throat. He opened his mouth and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The color of the blood was black. It was obvious that his internal organs were severely injured. His face was pale and his expression was gloomy. He glared viciously at Zhou Jingxing and snarled, Zhou Jingxing, kill me if you can. Let's see if you have the guts. He knew from the start that he was no match for Zhou Jingxing, but he wasn't afraid. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he could drag the other party down with him. As a weakling, this was the only way to avenge Xiaoyang. Zhou Jingxing glanced at Lu Kaijia and sneered. His eyes were filled with cunning and disdain. He narrowed his eyes and sneered. He walked forward step by step until he reached Lu Kaijia's side. He stepped on Lu Kaijia's body and pressed him firmly to the ground. He sneered, "Lu Kaijia, do you think I don't know who you're relying on? You're just trying to alarm the poison sect." Hearing this, Lu Kaijia's expression changed. His opponent had seen through his scheme. But so what? Unless the other party didn't kill him, the poison sect would know immediately. Zhou Jingxing grinned and looked at Lu Kaijia playfully. He chuckled and said, "Lu Kaijia, do I look like a fool to you? Although I can't kill you, I can drag you to a remote place and let someone else kill you. What do you think?" "What? There's such a thing?" Lu Kaijia's expression changed drastically. His eyes filled with fear and his heart trembled. If the other party was going to do this, then he wouldn't be able to drag the other party down with him. He'd have died for nothing. Damn it. Zhou Jingxing, if you have the guts, then kill me. What kind of man is a schemer like you? Lu Kaijia grew anxious. He continued to provoke Zhou Jingxing, hoping that the other party would kill him in a fit of rage. Humph! Zhou Jingxing snorted coldly from his nostrils, then kicked Lu Kaijia away. Lu Kaijia suffered another heavy blow, and his injuries worsened. He grew weak and powerless as Zhou Jingxing mocked. "It's no use trying to provoke me. I'm not that stupid. Men!" Then he shouted loudly, "Whoosh!" As soon as he finished speaking, a group of guards immediately rushed in. "Your Excellency, what are your orders?" The guards cupped their fists respectfully at Zhou Jingxing, their expressions stern and their temperaments cold. Judging from their auras, they'd killed many people before. "Go! Drag this traitor to the outskirts and deal with him. Make sure he's clean. Don't let anyone find out." Zhou Jingxing issued the order. His orders were like the heavens here. No one dared to defy him. After all, he was the person in charge of the transport tower. "This, Your Excellency, isn't this a little inappropriate?" The vice captain asked nervously. There was no helping it. The person they wanted to kill was Lu Kaijia, so they couldn't do it. However, they couldn't refuse and could only try to change Zhou Jingxing's mind. "Impudent!" Zhou Jingxing roared. He didn't give anyone a chance to refuse. "This seat's orders are heavenly decrees. Why aren't you carrying them out? Do you want to defy this seat and become traitors of the poison sect?" With this accusation, the vice captain didn't dare to make a sound. The poison sect's management was strict, and they paid particular attention to rules. Once they were labeled as traitors, there was only one fate: the execution of 9 generations. They couldn't bear it. "We've offended you, Captain Lu." The vice captain sighed. His expression was gloomy, but he could only carry out the order with a dark expression. "Come on. What are you waiting for? Capture this traitor. Didn't you hear Steward Zhou's orders? Steward Zhou is the heavens here. Whatever he says goes. No one dares to defy him." The vice captain shouted at his subordinates. Then 2 guards came forward and escorted Lu Kaijia away. The vice captain followed, his expression gloomy the entire time. As soon as they stepped out of the transport tower, they ran into Xiaoyang, Li Qinghe, Gu Shanqing, and the others. They couldn't help but start. Why did these people look so familiar? Chapter 384. It's you guys. The vice captain thought for a moment and immediately recognized them. No wonder they looked so familiar. It turned out that these people had been here before and were against Steward Zhou. However, weren't these people teleported to Chaos City? Why were they back here now? That shouldn't be the case. Chaos City was a dangerous place. Basically, people who entered it couldn't come out. As long as they died in there, they would die. According to their understanding, countless people had died in Chaos City in just a few months. That's right, it's us. You seem very shocked. Xiaoyang pursed his lips, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he looked at the other party with interest. He could tell from the other party's clothes that this person should be a small leader and should be Zhou Jingxing's confidant. Otherwise, how would they dare to escort Lu Kaijia out? Lu Kaijia was originally under their control and could only lower his head. Now that he heard this familiar voice, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then his expression became excited, and he couldn't contain his joy. Yes, he knew that Xiaoyang and the others had returned. They didn't die. This was great. He was very worried about Xiaoyang and the others before, afraid that Xiaoyang and the others had died in Chaos City. He even had the idea of avenging Xiaoyang. He really didn't expect, that Xiaoyang and the others would return at this moment. "Brother Xiaoyang, are you back?" Lu Kaijia, whose head was pressed down and couldn't lift up, shouted at Xiaoyang excitedly. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. He was extremely emotional, and a desire to fight erupted from his body again. It was as if hope had been reignited. "That's right, fellow Lu Kaijia. I've let you suffer. This time, I will seek justice for you." Xiaoyang nodded at Lu Kaijia in response. Judging from Lu Kaijia's current miserable state, he must have disobeyed Zhou Jingxing. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have ended up like this. It must have something to do with him that the other party was in such a state. Xiaoyang naturally shouldered the responsibility. The vice captain couldn't help but sneer again and again, a look of disdain appearing on his face. His eyes were full of contempt as he looked at Xiaoyang with contempt and said sarcastically, "Oh, I was wondering who it was. I thought it was a big shot. You little brats, you haven't even grown your hair yet you're talking big. Don't you find it ridiculous?" The transport tower was built by the Poison Sect, so its importance went without saying. Even if they made a mistake, only the Poison Sect could punish them. Who did this Xiaoyang think he was? He'd just been chosen by the Poison Sect. What right did he have to discipline them? You still want justice? I think he's just courting death. Tell Zhou Jingxing to come out. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Xiaoyang glanced at the vice captain and said indifferently. Their target this time was Zhou Jingxing, not these small fries. So there was no need to bicker with them and save them time. The vice captain snorted as a look of displeasure appeared on his face. He glanced at Xiaoyang with dissatisfaction and shouted, "Good boy! Do you really think you have the ability to barge into the transport tower? Let me tell you, Scram. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. You two go. Take him down. If he wants to die, I'll fulfill his wish." The vice captain glanced at the two guards next to him and gave the order. Then he muttered, "You've just left Chaos City. Don't you understand the importance of life? If you're in such a hurry to die, then this captain will fulfill your wish." "Yes, Captain." The two martial ancestor realm guards stepped forward. Their auras erupted and soared into the sky. Their faces were full of contempt and mockery. They looked at Xiaoyang with disdain and said, "Brat, why aren't you kneeling down and accepting your death?" "Brother Xiaoyang, there's no need for you to deal with two small fries. Just leave it to us." Li Qinghe and Qin Jifu stepped forward and looked at the two guards provocatively. Then they sneered, "What are you looking at? You two pieces of trash. Bring it on if you have the ability. You're courting death." How could the two guards tolerate this? Whether it was their status as Poison Sect disciples or their position in the transport tower, they had always been high and mighty. They were respected and worshipped by others. How could they allow others to humiliate them? After they shouted, they immediately unleashed their martial ancestor realm cultivation and charged ferociously at Qinjifu and Li Qinghe. The four of them immediately engaged in battle. All kinds of martial skills were used. Light flew everywhere, and explosions rang out. The vice captain was instantly enraged by the scene before him. His expression twisted as he said viciously, "What gall? You dare to make a move here? That's disrespectful to the Poison Sect. Everyone attack. You must take them down. You'll be handsomely rewarded afterwards." "Yes, Captain." In an instant, the guards who were guarding here charged forward. Their auras were shocking and their battle intent was strong. Do you think we're afraid of you? Bitches who help the evildoers die. Gu Shanha, Gu Shanqing, and the others were furious. They all circulated their cultivation and attacked. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian didn't stay idle either. After they chose two opponents, they also unleashed their martial skills and attacked. The scene was a mess as both sides engaged in a chaotic battle. The vice captain hadn't made a move yet, but his subordinates had all moved out. He was the only one left controlling Lu Kaijia. He was afraid that Lu Kaijia would take this opportunity to slip away. He glanced at Xiaoyang, who also hadn't made a move yet. He couldn't help but squint his eyes. Coldness appeared in his eyes as he snorted coldly. Xiaoyang, you'll regret your actions today. Xiaoyang was as calm as water. He smiled lightly and said, What does regret have to do with you? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. After he spoke, he immediately unleashed his martial skill, the barbaric god's finger, to attack. He raised his right hand and circulated his cultivation. Then he pointed his finger in the air. The moment he pointed his index finger, a buzzing sound came from the void. Visible to the naked eye, a fingerprint appeared out of thin air. The moment the fingerprint appeared, it directly penetrated the vice captain with a whoosh. The vice captain's expression changed, and his eyes were filled with fear. He was a third-level martial grandmaster and thought that he could suppress the situation. However, judging from Xiaoyang's attack, he had underestimated them. Fire Shadow Shield. The vice captain took 2 steps back. He couldn't care less about controlling Lu Kaijia. He hurriedly formed a seal with both hands and unleashed his defensive martial skill, the Fire Shadow Shield. As he unleashed his martial skill, a fire shield appeared in front of him. It looked indestructible. Bang! The barbaric god's finger collided with the opponent's Fire Shadow Shield in an instant. The Fire Shadow Shield shattered and scattered in all directions. What? How is this possible? So powerful. The vice captain's eyes contracted again. He couldn't believe it. He was shocked and couldn't help but gasp. Chapter 385. The Fire Shadow Shield was his famous consummate skill. He had practiced it for many years, so he knew very well how strong its defensive power was. It could definitely withstand an attack from someone of the same level. However, it couldn't withstand a single attack from Xiaoyang even when he used it with all his strength. What did this mean? It meant that Xiaoyang's strength was far beyond his, at least 1 level higher than his. Thinking of this fact, his face instantly turned pale. He was shocked and stepped back again. However, the power of the barbarian god's finger was far more than that. After destroying the Fire Shadow Shield, it locked onto the vice captain again and continued to launch a powerful attack. In an instant, it hit the vice captain's shoulder blade and sent him flying. Ah! The vice captain couldn't help but let out a scream. His body flew backward in midair. The powerful energy of the barbarian god's finger was wreaking havoc in his body, destroying his internal organs and causing him to spit out blood. Xiaoyang defeated his opponent with 1 move. He took 2 steps forward and stopped beside Lu Kaijia. He stretched out his hand and put 2 fingers together to form a sword. With a stroke, he cut the rope that bound Lu Kaijia's hands. Lu Kaijia's hands were finally free. He hurriedly tore off the rope on his neck. His head, which was forced to lower, could finally be raised again. His gaze landed on Xiaoyang, and when he saw Xiaoyang clearly, his heart was moved, and his eyes were filled with gratitude. His eyes were even a little moist. His perseverance had not been in vain, and all the grievances and suffering he had suffered during this period of time were finally worth it. If Xiaoyang had come a little later, he would have already died. Brother Xiaoyang. He cupped his fists at Xiaoyang with tears in his eyes. He revealed his true feelings. Xiaoyang waved his hand and said, Slowly, go. Do what you want to do. Lu Kaijia collected his emotions and nodded. He turned around and walked toward the vice captain with a sneer on his face. He said to the vice captain, Bastard, You dare to betray me and kill me in public. I'll show you now. Lu Kaijia used his movement skill and instantly rushed in front of the vice-captain. Then he used his fist skills and launched a fierce attack on the vice-captain. The vice-captain had been severely injured by the barbaric god's finger earlier, so he could only use 30% of his combat strength at most. At this moment, under the storm-like attacks of Lu Jia, he could only cover his head and flee like a rat. He jumped up and down and kept dodging. Even so, more than 10 wounds were added to his body, and his internal injuries were even more serious. Zhou Jingxing, do you still want to be a coward? Hurry up and come out. Xiao Yang raised his head and looked at a certain window on the 6th floor of the teleportation tower. He knew that the other party was watching the situation below from that window. Zhou Jingxing's face was grim, and a murderous aura swirled around him. When he heard Xiao Yang's roar, he unleashed the power of his cultivation base and flew down from the window of the 6th floor. He said coldly, "There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. Xiao Yang, you're tired of living." He'd tampered with the teleportation tower when he'd sent Xiao Yang and the others to Chaos City. He'd thought that these fellows would die without a trace. Who would have thought that they'd be so lucky to be able to return unscathed to settle the score? But so what if Xiao Yang and the others came back? He was still a member of the Poison Sect, and a steward at that. His greatest backers were the Poison Sect and the Zhou clan. He didn't have to worry about Xiao Yang and the others killing him unless Xiao Yang and the others weren't afraid of the Poison Sect and Zhou clan's bounty. Zhou Jingxing, you're abusing public resources for personal gain. You want to frame us, so you deliberately tampered with the teleportation location. Do you admit it? Xiao Yang questioned Zhou Jingxing. Zhou Jingxing wasn't afraid at all. He calmly said, "So what if I admit it? So what if I don't admit it? Xiao Yang, who do you think you are? What can you do to me?" He retorted domineeringly, oblivious to the impending doom. Xiao Yang smiled coldly. This was an expression of extreme anger. Without another word, he immediately used the powerful 1,000 poisonous hands martial technique. As his 4th-tier martial ancestor realm cultivation erupted, his aura soared to the sky, majestic and shocking. In an instant, Xiao Yang seemed to have transformed into a person with 1,000 hands. There were at least 1,000 hands, and each of them carried a shocking force as they slammed toward Zhou Jingxing. Zhou Jingxing jumped in fright when he saw the 1,000 hands covering him. One had to know that each of the 1,000 hands contained power comparable to a 4th-tier martial ancestor realm cultivator. This was equivalent to the attack of 1,000 4th-tier martial ancestor realm cultivators. How could Zhou Jingxing not be afraid? Zhou Jingxing felt the intense threat of the 1,000 poisonous hands, and fear appeared on his face. His eyes darted left and right as he tried to think of a way to escape. Gentlemen use their mouths and not their fists. I won't lower myself to your level. Today, you trespassed on the transport tower and attacked the transport tower's guards without permission. I will definitely report this to the Poison Sect and let them deal with you. You can all wait to die. Zhou Jingxing knew that he was no match for Xiao Yang, so he didn't want to clash head-on with Xiao Yang. Instead, he unleashed an illusory shadow art and used his spirit energy to create hundreds of figures that fled in all directions. The fleeing figures were all illusions and fake. There was only one real body, and it was rushing towards the transport tower. He believed that the illusory shadow art could delay them for a while and give him enough time to escape. As long as he entered the transport tower, he could easily return to the Poison Sect with his authority. He didn't believe that Xiao Yang and the others would dare to chase him to the Poison Sect and start a fight. Trying to run? Don't even think about it. Xiao Yang immediately sensed the other party's intentions and snorted coldly with an icy expression. Go. As his voice fell, the fleeing phantoms were instantly hit by the thousands of poisonous hands. These hundreds of phantoms collapsed in the blink of an eye and turned into nothingness. His illusory shadow art was limited in the end, and its power couldn't compare to Xiao Yang's 1,000 poisonous hands. One of the poisonous palms directly bombarded Zhou Jingxing's true body and hit it. Bang! With a dull thud, Zhou Jingxing was sent flying. His body slammed uncontrollably into the transport tower's wall, then fell to the ground with a thud. With a cry, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face filled with terror as he struggled to his feet, enduring the pain, and flew into the transport tower. He knew that if he couldn't leave successfully, only death awaited him. "I told you, you don't even have the right to run in front of me." Xiao Yang sneered. With a flip of his hand, he unleashed the poison dragon claw, condensing a poison dragon with towering horns. With a roar, it swiped at Zhou Jingxing and caught him in its claws. Then the poison dragon flew back and placed him in front of Xiao Yang. Zhou Jingxing was already on the verge of death. He was gasping for air more than he was exhaling, weak and exhausted. Xiao Yang was not merciful or compassionate towards the enemy who had framed him. Chapter 386. He grabbed Zhou Jingxing's collar and slammed him to the ground. Zhou Jingxing was almost dead from the impact. "You still want to fight? Your steward Zhou is already in such a state. What's the use of struggling?" Xiao Yang stepped on Zhou Jingxing's chest as he looked down at his surroundings and scanned the guards of the transport tower. "Steward Zhou? Damn it, let go of our steward Zhou, or you'll have to bear the consequences." The vice captain and the other guards of the transport tower noticed Xiao Yang and Zhou Jingxing. They were furious, as if they had an irreconcilable feud with Xiao Yang. They stopped one after another. Steward Zhou was already under their control, so there was no point in fighting. It was better to think about how to save Zhou Jingxing. The vice captain and the other guards took action and surrounded Xiao Yang in an instant, forming a neat formation. "Xiao Yang let go of Steward Zhou, and we can write off what happened before." The vice captain wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and roared at Xiao Yang anxiously. "Write off what happened?" Xiao Yang found it laughable and said mockingly, Don't write it off. Who am I going to take revenge on if I write it off?" Zhou Jingxing had almost killed them before, so they definitely couldn't let Zhou Jingxing off. The vice captain's face darkened. Zhou Jingxing was the same. He knew that the other party was going to kill him. "Xiao Yang, don't be rash. Let's talk it out. We can solve everything. There's no need to use weapons. It's not good to fight." Zhou Jingxing was lying on the ground with Xiao Yang's foot on his chest. He struggled to muster up some strength and spoke to Xiao Yang. His words made Xiao Yang and the others laugh in disdain. Why didn't he say that when he was trying to harm others? "Zhou, do you have any last words? If not, goodbye." Xiao Yang said coldly. He would never let Zhou Jingxing go. He slowly raised his hand. His palm contained a terrifying cultivation base. As long as it landed, he would definitely be able to take Zhou Jingxing's life. At this moment, Zhou Jingxing, who was in a difficult situation, was unable to dodge or block at all. He could only die. When Xiao Yang wanted to kill someone, he had never failed. No. You can't kill me. I'm an inner sect disciple of the Poison Sect and a member of the Zhou clan. If you kill me, the Poison Sect and the Zhou clan won't let you off." Zhou Jingxing immediately panicked and yelled at Xiao Yang. His heart was filled with fear. "We can also make a deal. I can compensate you. No matter how many spirit stones or cultivation resources you want, I can give you. I can even give you all kinds of secret information about the sect." Seeing that Xiao Yang was unmoved, he panicked and begged for mercy again. Xiao Yang calmly said, "If these are your last words, then it's time to say them. I'll send you on your way now." No. Don't kill me. I know I was wrong. Sob. Zhou Jingxing was so frightened that he began to cry. Even his pants were wet, and the stench of urine soon followed. But Xiao Yang was still unmoved. "Wait, Brother Xiao Yang, let me kill this person. If the Poison Sect pursues this matter, I'll take the blame alone. Lu Kaijia hurriedly said to Xiaoyang. Then he used a palm strike, gathering the power of his cultivation to attack Zhou Jingxing. He wanted to finish him off in one blow. No, Lu Kaijia, you dare kill me? The Zhou clan won't let you off. The poison sect won't have a place for you either. Sensing Lu Kaijia's killing intent, Zhou Jingxing couldn't help but widen his eyes. He roared furiously at Lu Kaijia. However, his actions were stopped by Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang said, "Don't get involved in this matter." Xiaoyang tightened his grip and snapped Zhou Jingxing's neck. With that, Zhou Jingxing was dead. Xiaoyang had killed him. Zhou Jingxing died with his eyes wide open. His limp body slowly slumped to the ground. The transport tower's guards all panicked. Their faces were pale as they stared at Xiaoyang's group in horror. They subconsciously backed away, not wanting to die here. Steward Zhou is dead, so I'll take all responsibility. Lu Kaijia will be in charge of the transport tower's affairs for now. Xiaoyang spoke indifferently. Although his voice wasn't loud, everyone could hear him. His words were like an imperial edict. No one dared to refute him. "Greetings, Captain Lu. Please lead us in managing the transport tower." Many of the transport tower's guards knelt on the ground and bowed to Lu Kaijia. Lu Kaijia knew that he couldn't stop them, so he could only agree. "All right, we'll write off the previous matter. Quickly return to your posts. Don't run around without my orders." "Yes, sir." They quickly dispersed after replying. Once they were gone, Lu Kaijia smiled wryly at Xiaoyang. Brother Xiaoyang, Zhou Jingxing was an inner disciple of the poison sect. Killing him will bring us a lot of trouble. Not to mention, he was also a member of the Zhou clan. Xiaoyang didn't care. "I've already killed a member of the Zhou clan before, so I don't mind adding one more. As for the poison sect, don't worry. Elders Jian, Lei, and Fo all know about this. Now that this matter is over, we should head to the poison sect." Xiaoyang glanced at the crowd, trying to figure out their intentions. At this time, a group of people walked over. Each of them had an extraordinary bearing and dignified aura. They looked like powerful leaders. They were Flame City's Clan Head Zhao, Clan Head Qian, Clan Head Sun, and Clan Head Yi. "Brother Xiaoyang." They called out to Xiaoyang from afar. Xiaoyang frowned slightly. He walked up to them and asked, "You're looking for me? What's the matter?" Moreover, he'd already told them to let the locals handle Flame City's affairs themselves. He wouldn't interfere. Clan Head Zhao smiled and said, "Brother Xiaoyang, we sensed a battle here, so we came to take a look. We didn't expect it to be you, Brother Xiaoyang. How about it? Brother Xiaoyang, do you need help? Our merchant group alliance is more than willing to lend a hand." Xiaoyang rejected their good intentions and changed the subject. "Chaos City is stable now, so it's a good time to develop. Once you've stabilized Flame City, you can head over there." Clan Head Zhao and the others' eyes lit up. They'd recently unified Flame City's affairs and were worried about expanding their economy. Xiaoyang and the others had just returned from Chaos City, so the information they'd provided was naturally true. After exchanging some pleasantries, they bade farewell and left. All of them were in high spirits, as if they'd found a goal and direction to strive for. Xiaoyang also rejected their invitation. He led Lan Jiaoya, Gu Qianchan, and the others into the teleportation tower, preparing to be teleported to the poison sect. This time, Lu Jiejie was personally in charge and overseeing the teleportation. Those who were about to leave stood in the center of the spell formation, waiting for it to activate. Chapter 387. The teleportation formation activated and its light slowly enveloped the area. The power of the teleportation gradually increased. "Brother Xiaoyang, take care." Lu Kaijia, who was standing outside the teleportation array, shouted at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang nodded. With a flip of his hand, he took out several of Gue Ruamo's identity medallions and tossed them to Lu Kaijia. You can use them to buy people's hearts. With that, the light of the teleportation formation flashed violently. Boundless power erupted, instantly transporting Xiaoyang's group away. Lu Kaijia glanced at the medallions in his hand, and his breathing quickened. Shock filled his face, and his eyes widened in excitement. Heavens, that's a total of 5 of Gue Ruomo's identity medallions. The poison sect's disciples love these things the most. I'm sure their subordinates would die for them. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyang. I'll remember you for the rest of my life. Lu Kaijia said gratefully. He had always been a person who could clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. Xiaoyang had helped him too much, so he naturally wouldn't forget. The Poison Sect. This famed sect was built on top of Poison Mountain. The scenery here was beautiful, with clear mountains and clear waters. White clouds often drifted about, making it seem like a paradise on earth. At the foot of Poison Mountain, a dazzling light flashed. As the light receded, the figures inside were slowly revealed. It was Xiaoyang's group. We're finally at the Poison Sect. Cousin, is this the Poison Sect? Look, there's so many people here. There's also so many places to eat and stay. It's very lively. The spiritual qi here is so dense. The environment is so beautiful. I really like it. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianchan, and the others chatted one after another. They looked around, their eyes filled with curiosity. Xiaoyang glanced around and extended his spiritual sense. He sensed that there were 10 large areas at the entrance of the village. Each area was marked with words, such as Ancient City, Marshallyang City, Qingyang City, and so on. He didn't even need to think to know that these 10 areas were reserved for those who came from the 10 great cities. Every once in a while, the Poison Sect would hold a competition to select those with potential to join them. Anyone who was chosen by the Poison Sect would most likely become a Poison Sect disciple. But there were exceptions because they still had to go through tests and assessments. Only after they passed would they be considered a true Poison Sect disciple and be given an identity medallion recognized by the Poison Sect. Let's go. This should be our place. Xiaoyang pointed at an area with the words Marshallyang City written on it. The area beside it was reserved for the people of the ancient city. Hoyer, that's great. We're finally here. Let's go, let's hurry over. Lan Jiaoye pulled Xiaoyang's hand and rushed forward. She was very happy and excited. Li Qinghe, Chen Jifu, and the others followed behind with smiles on their faces. They had worked hard to cultivate in Marshallyang City for many years. This time, they had finally received recognition. As long as they waited in the district, it was only a matter of time before the Poison Sect sent someone to receive them. When they arrived at their area, Xiaoyang saw that their area had been occupied by someone else. The area beside it hadn't been occupied. It was reserved for the people of the ancient city. Gu Shanhe, Gu Shanqing, Gu Qianchan, and the others all breathed a sigh of relief when they entered their area. After traveling for so long, they'd finally reached their destination and could relax and rest. Hey, who are you people? This area is reserved for our Marshallyang City. Lan Jiaoye glared angrily at the people in front of her. Her delicate face was filled with hostility. This was their resting area. How could they let others occupy it? If they'd politely asked for permission, it would have been fine. But they didn't even greet her. She wasn't going to be so kind and forgiving. Judging from the clothes they were wearing, they should be from Zhou City. Zhou City was also one of the 10 great cities under the Poison Sect's jurisdiction. As the name implied, the largest clan in Zhou City was the Zhou clan. The Zhou clan was in charge of all affairs in the city. Xiaoyang's face could not help but darken. The other party's actions were obviously looking for trouble. He'd long since formed a grudge with the Zhou clan. During the Marshallyang City hegemony tournament, Xiaoyang had killed one of the Zhou clan's judges. In Flame City, Xiaoyang had also killed Zhou Jingxing of the Zhou clan. After killing 2 members of Zhou City's Zhou clan in a row, how could they let it go so easily? A quick count revealed that there were 11 people in Zhou City, far more than Marshallong City. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they had the advantage in numbers. Hey, little girl, what are you saying? It's your fortune that we've taken a liking to this place. Hurry up and give it up. There's an area at the end of the line that suits you. Hurry up and scram. Don't disturb us here. Among the people from Zhou City, there was a tall man who glanced at Xiaoyang and the others. Then a mocking smile appeared on his face, and the corners of his mouth curved into a provocative arc as he arrogantly spoke. This tall man was called Zhou Shankai. His cultivation was in the martial ancestor realm, and he often used his power to bully others. You sure are arrogant. Why should we let you take over our area? Hurry up and get out of my way, or I'll show you what's good for you. I'll show you that the people of Marshallong City are not to be bullied. The slender Lanjia walked over gracefully and arrived before them. She placed her hands on her hips and cursed at them like a shrew. She chased them away very coldly. Zhou Shankai and the other people of Zhou City were unfazed. They only sneered and sat there calmly with their heads raised. It was as if they were certain that Lan Jiaoye and the others would not dare to attack them. Their gazes were filled with provocation and mockery. Their Zhou City had always been one of the 3 great clans of the 10 great cities. Their strength was only second to the poison sect. The people of Zhou City had always possessed a sense of superiority and arrogance. They looked down on the people of other cities very much, nor did they take the people of other cities seriously. For example, the people of Qingyang City, Chaos City, and so on had often been bullied by them. The people who had been bullied could only swallow their anger. They were afraid of offending the people of Zhou City. The people of Gu City, Gu Shanha, Gu Shanqing, and Gu Qianqian stood up one after another and arrived before Xiaoyang, Lan Jiaoye, and the others. They said in a friendly manner, "Brother Xiaoyang, why don't you come rest in our area? Our place is large." They had traveled together with Xiaoyang, Li Qinghe, and the others of Marshallong City. They had also gone through what happened in Fire City, Chaos City, and so on. Their friendship had already become as thick as water. They could not afford to be apart from each other. "We appreciate your kindness, but we will take back what belongs to Marshallong City ourselves. Once we've dealt with them, we'll pay you a visit. Don't get involved in this matter. You can go back first." Xiaoyang explained. When Gu Shanhe, Gu Shanqing, and the others heard Xiaoyang's words, they could only retreat for now and return to their respective areas to rest. "Interesting. Very interesting," Zhou Shankai murmured. His smile widened as if he was interested. Chapter 388. He hadn't expected Xiaoyang to refuse the help of Gu Shanhe and the others. How confident did he have to be to do such a thing? So confident that he could contend with Zhou City's people? In Zhou Shansai's eyes, this wasn't confidence at all, but conceit. Conceit was a derogatory term. If a person couldn't see the situation clearly and was blindly confident, they would suffer. Zhou Shankai didn't mind giving Xiaoyang a taste of his own medicine. After all, he was a member of the Zhou clan. Xiaoyang had killed 2 members of the Zhou clan in succession. This was intolerable. "Xiaoyang, is it? At least you have some backbone." "No. To be more precise, you don't have the slightest bit of ability, but you're so conceited. You're just looking for humiliation." Zhou Shankai sneered as he reminded Xiaoyang. Then he stood up arrogantly and looked down at Xiaoyang. "We're taking this district for sure. I don't think you're so incompetent as to ask the senior brothers of the poison sect to deal with it. That'll only make the disciples of the 10 cities look down on you." The Zhou City disciples behind him laughed as well. They all looked at Xiaoyang arrogantly, mocking and ridiculing him. "Brother Shankai, you must be joking. How could Xiaoyang be so cowardly as to ask the senior brothers of the poison sect for help? I'm sure he still wants this bit of face. If this guy really does ask the senior brothers of the poison sect for help, then he's really too shameless. If a person doesn't have the ability, then so what if he does ask for help? Won't he just become a joke? The Zhou City disciples mocked him one after another. Their intentions were obvious. They wanted to treat this conflict as a personal grudge and not alarm the poison sect. If they disturbed the poison sect over such a small matter, it would only lower their image and status in the poison sect. Because of the provocation from the disciples of Zhou City, the disciples of the 10 districts who had already arrived looked over with the intention of watching a good show. Quite a few people frowned inwardly. These Zhou City people are really domineering. It looks like they're going to bully people again. Marshal City's people are so pitiful. They're being bullied as soon as they arrive. If it were me, I would definitely not have a conflict with the people of Zhou City. That's right. The people of Zhou City are obviously powerful. Why should they suffer humiliation for the sake of integrity? Where there's life, there's hope. Do you think so little of the people of Marshal City? Maybe the people of Marshal City have a way. Didn't you see that they directly rejected the invitation of Gu Cheng's disciples? Many of the spectators were also discussing. Many of them were not optimistic about Xiaoyang and made their own comments about the situation. Among these people, there were also many who had been bullied by the disciples of Zhou City. They had all chosen to back down, because they knew that they were no match for the disciples of Zhou City. Only a fool would do something that they knew was impossible. They would not be so foolish. Although they didn't dare to be enemies with the disciples of Zhou City, they still hoped that someone would challenge the disciples of Zhou City. Xiaoyang naturally knew that Zhou Shankai and the others were trying to goad him into action. But even if that wasn't the case, he didn't want to alert the poison sect. If he could resolve this privately, then he would. He slowly said, "What's the big deal? There's no need for the senior brothers of the poison sect to make a move. You'll be lucky if Zhou City doesn't alert the senior brothers of the poison sect." Lan Jia, Li Qingha, Qin Jifu, and the others all glared at Zhou Shankai and the others. This wasn't an era where numbers mattered, but strength. If you didn't have strength, then what was the point of having more people? Xiaoyang's words thoroughly provoked Zhou Shankai and the others. Their faces were filled with rage. In their eyes, Xiaoyang's group was the weaker side. They were afraid that Xiaoyang's group would call for help. But Xiaoyang's group didn't understand the situation at all. They actually dared to challenge them and worry that they'd call for reinforcements. This was an insult to them. Arrogant. They really are arrogant to the extreme. Zhou Shankai and the others raged. Zhou Shankai even took a step forward with a gloomy face. He coldly stared at Xiaoyang and fiercely said, "Good, you really have guts. According to what you said, it would be best to solve this matter in private. Now, I will tell you clearly that I will not leave this area. What can you do to me?" The conflict intensified. The show was about to begin. It was about to reach the climax. The onlookers craned their necks and looked over with their eyes wide open. They didn't expect the people of Marshal City to be so courageous. It was really impressive. Xiaoyang didn't let them down. He calmly said to Zhou Shankai, "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Fighting for one's own territory was a normal thing to do. It was also a matter of justice. If they all compromised like the other city's disciples, it would only fuel Zhou City's arrogance. "Oh, what big words," Zhou Shankai sneered. Zhou Shankai sneered and said, "We won't leave. Let alone 3 breaths. Even if you kneel down and beg me, we won't leave. Bring it on if you have the ability. We want to see how the people of Marshal City can be so arrogant. We want to see if it's just because of their big mouths. Come, come, come. Do you want me to help you count? 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Time's up. I hope you're not just talking. Fighting is the way to go these days." Zhou Shankai's eyes flickered with restlessness. He'd wanted to make a move for a long time, but he couldn't do it for no reason. After all, they were at the foot of Poison Mountain, so he had to consider the consequences. Their occupation of Marshal Yang City's resting area could be considered a big or small matter. It could be considered overbearing, but if they made a move for no reason, they'd be going against the poison sect. However, if Xiaoyang and the others made the first move and they retaliated, then everything would make sense. Just as he finished speaking, he heard a whooshing sound, and a figure instantly appeared in front of him. "Brother Shankai, be careful." His companion sensed something amiss and immediately warned Zhou Shankai. His voice was filled with anxiety and worry. Judging from Xiaoyang's movement skills and speed, Xiaoyang's battle prowess was shocking and couldn't be underestimated. He wasn't someone Zhou Shankai could deal with easily. What, he's so fast? Zhou Shankai was also frightened. Shock was written all over his face, and his heart was filled with shock. He'd thought Xiaoyang would have some skills, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. His face darkened as he thought to himself, "I'm not easy to deal with either." He snorted softly. He immediately circulated his cultivation, preparing to use his movement skills to block Xiaoyang's attack. Even if he couldn't block it, he could at least dodge it. That would be a good move. Chapter 389. However, Xiaoyang was simply too fast. Before he could even put his thoughts into action, Xiaoyang had slapped him across the cheek with a loud slap, instantly sending him flying. He flew over 10 meters before landing heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Zhou Shankai could only feel a burning pain on his cheek. However, the slap that he had received was not as simple as an injury to his cheek. An internal force had invaded his body and was destroying his internal organs, causing him to feel pain and torment. He could not help but furrow his brows as he tried to circulate his cultivation to suppress the internal force in his body. However, he could not help but feel a sweet taste in his throat before he opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His complexion instantly paled, and even his spirit became a lot weaker. After struggling for a while, he tried to get up from the ground. However, it was a pity that he did not have the strength to do so. After trying a few more times, he fell limp to the ground and did not move. Whoosh! When the surrounding onlookers saw this scene, they could not help but exclaim loudly. Their eyes widened and their faces were filled with shock. Zhou Shansai's cultivation was at the 3rd level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. Needless to say, his cultivation was powerful, and this was the reason why everyone present was afraid of him. However, such a powerful person had been sent flying by Xiaoyang with a single slap. This was simply unimaginable. "Xiaoyang, how dare you?" "Impudent. Why aren't you stopping?" When Zhou Shansai's companions saw this scene, their faces changed greatly. Xiaoyang roared angrily and stopped Xiaoyang. "You can't even withstand a single blow. How dare an ant like you clamor in front of me? You're digging your own grave." Xiaoyang laughed coldly. His face was filled with disdain as he said disdainfully, 3 breaths' time has passed. Why aren't you scramming? Are you waiting for me to invite you out? This invitation was not a polite invitation, but a direct use of force to chase them out. The faces of the disciples from Zhou City changed rapidly. Some were filled with anger, some with fear, some with panic, and so on. They were angry because Xiaoyang dared to attack them. They were terrified because Xiaoyang actually had such terrifying strength. They were flustered because they didn't know what to do next. If they were to go against Xiaoyang, they might not necessarily be his opponent, but if they were to give up and compromise like this, then they would lose all their face. Moreover, this was in front of so many people, they couldn't afford to lose face like this. If they compromised this time, how would the disciples of the other cities view them in the future? Then they would become a joke and never be able to raise their heads again. Even if others didn't say it out loud, they would definitely think so in their hearts. "Xiaoyang, don't be complacent. Even if you're strong and we can't do anything to you, can't you think about your companion next to you? They are weak chickens and are easy to deal with. We can't do anything to you, but can't we deal with them? You have to think about the long side of things. You can't be short-sighted. These people's gazes were unfriendly and swept towards Lan Jiaye, Li Qinghe, and Qin Jifu. They were warning Xiaoyang so that Xiaoyang wouldn't act recklessly. Xiaoyang furrowed his brows and hesitated. If these people targeted Lan Jiaye, Li Qinghe, and Qin Jifu, he would be a little afraid. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to deal with them. Li Qinghe and the other two were instantly furious. These people were looking down on them. They were using them as bargaining chips to threaten Xiaoyang. This was something they absolutely couldn't allow. Firstly, they weren't weak. Secondly, even if they were weak, they wouldn't be threatened by others. They were all people with integrity. Li Qinghe's heart was filled with anger. He glared at these disciples from Zhou City and said fiercely, "Don't use us as an example. We're also not to be trifled with. If you have the ability, then come at me." Lan Jiaye was originally beautiful, but now her face was flushed red. She said, "It's fine if you're not as strong as others, but you're actually using others to threaten them. Aren't you afraid of my cousin? You bunch of cowards, do your parents know? Don't you feel ashamed? I'm blushing for you." Being looked down upon by a girl. These disciples from Zhou City were all red in the face. They were filled with shame and anger. They didn't utter a word. They were clearly embarrassed and in a difficult position. It was obvious that Lan Jiaye had poked at their sore spot. Her words had touched the bottom of their hearts. After seeing Xiaoyang's strength, they were indeed afraid of Xiaoyang. However, they wouldn't admit to this kind of shameful thing. People need face and trees need bark. This was exactly what they meant. From the beginning, their starting point was too high. They thought that since they came from Zhou City, they should be a cut above others. It was because of this that they couldn't let go of their dignity. It was also because of this that they couldn't compromise with Xiaoyang. For their dignity and face, they could only fight to the end. Our brother Shankai is like this because he was ambushed by you. You still have the face to say that? You dare to humiliate our brother Shankai? You're courting death. Brothers, follow me and kill them. We have more people. What are we afraid of? Zhou Shanlin roared. He waved his hand and instigated the people from Zhou City to attack. He wanted to wash away his previous shame and wash away his shame. Having more people was their advantage. Why not use it? Only fools would use their own shortcomings to compare to other people's strengths. Smart people would often use their strengths to compare to other people's weaknesses. Qin Jifu's expression was cold. His body emitted a murderous aura. He had long found these people unpleasant to the eye. Come, come, come. Son of a bitch. Let's see if I, Qin Jifu, am afraid of you. He sneered again and again. A cold light flashed in his eyes. After he sneered, he took the initiative to launch an attack, fiercely rushing forward. So what if he had to fight against 20 people by himself? He had never been afraid and had never been a coward. Not to mention, this time he had Xiaoyang, Li Qinghe, and Lan Jiaye. He was not fighting alone. The two groups of people were like a flood. They collided in an instant, and a huge, chaotic battle broke out. The surrounding people didn't think of stopping the fight. They were all looking at the battle with curiosity. It was as if they wanted to see the world in chaos. Gu Shanhe, Gu Shanqing, Gu Qianchan, and the other disciples of Gu City also thought of joining the battle. They had a good relationship with Xiaoyang, Li Qinghe, and the others. Moreover, they also had a part in killing Zhou Jingxing. However, every time they wanted to join the battle, they would be stopped by Xiaoyang's gaze. This made them feel unhappy and sullen. However, they still restrained themselves and clenched their fists. In the last district of the 10 districts, there were a few people who also came from Marshal City. Xiaoyang, Qin Jifu, and the others knew them. They were Hu Zi and the others. Chapter 390. At this moment, they were also furious. Clenching their fists, they glared viciously at Zhou Shanlin's group, ready to fight. They used to be on good terms with Qin Jifu, but because of Chao Ji, they'd framed and betrayed Qin Jifu, cutting off all ties with each other. So even if they wanted to fight now, they were worried that they'd upset Qin Jifu and Xiaoyang. They could only watch in silence, their hearts conflicted. At this moment, the onlookers all expressed their exclamations and discussions one after another. Damn, look, Marshall Young City's people are really going to fight with Zhou City's people. So bold, I like it. No matter who wins or loses, I'll definitely be friends with Marshall Young City's people in the future. They've got guts. Don't celebrate too early. Anyone who offends Zhou City has never had a good ending. I wonder if Xiao Yang's group will be able to survive this time. That's true. Judging from the current situation, they're in a precarious situation. Zhou City's people have the advantage in numbers, and all of them have extraordinary skills. They'll be very difficult to deal with. I don't believe that the Zhou clan would dare to kill at the foot of Poison Mountain. Hee. Even if they can't kill, they can still cripple someone's cultivation. Let's wait and see. Don't make a decision too early. The onlookers were watching and debating with each other. Only a small number of people were optimistic about Xiaoyang and the others. Most of them were lamenting the overbearingness and strength of the people of Zhou City, feeling sympathy and pity for Xiaoyang and the others. They all knew that Zhou City's Zhou clan was one of the top clans in the top 10 cities. It was one of the 3 great clans, second only to the Poison Sect. With such a strong backing, even if they accidentally killed someone, the Poison Sect wouldn't be able to do anything. On the other hand, Xiaoyang's group from Marshall City would be in an even worse situation if they killed someone. The Zhou clan and the Poison Sect wouldn't let this go so easily. This wasn't a fair duel to begin with. Xiaoyang, Qin Jifu, Li Qinghe, and the others all knew this, but they didn't care. They'd begun to deal with the powerful since Marshall City. The chaotic battle continued. Zhou Shanlin and the others who came from Zhou City surrounded Xiaoyang and the others like a flood. Then they tried to divide the battlefield, planning to separate Xiaoyang, Li Qinghe, Lan Jiaye, and Qin Jifu and defeat them one by one. Their plan was very good, and they executed it very thoroughly. In less than 10 breaths of time, with their efforts, they successfully separated Xiaoyang's group, forming 4 independent battlefields. Qin Jifu and Lan Jiaye were the first to be defeated. Their cultivations were the weakest, so they received the most attacks. Their opponents wanted to pick on the soft persimmons first, and when Xiaoyang was left alone, what could he do? The 2 of them bitterly persevered. Even though there were many injuries on their bodies, they still did not fall, let alone retreat. In their words, even if they still had a breath left, they would definitely not admit defeat. Fight to the end. Only such an iron-blooded attitude could make everyone respect them. Sometimes face and dignity needed to be protected with one's life. Pooh! Bang! Qin Jifu and Lan Jiaye were hit one after another, and they vomited blood. Their injuries worsened once again. They were already exhausted and weak, and their situation was getting worse. However, they still persevered and fought tenaciously. This scene caused many onlookers to feel deep admiration and respect in their hearts. Before, they were also provoked by Zhou Shankai and Zhou Shanlin, but they chose to retreat and compromise. Looking at Lan Jiaye and Qin Jifu now, even if they were not as strong, but in order to protect their dignity, they would rather die than surrender. This kind of people was the most terrifying and also the most respectable. Compared to them, their quality was several levels higher. Because of this, they also released a surging battle intent. Obviously, they were infected by Lan Jiaye and Qin Jifu. With these 2 people as role models, even if they had backed down and compromised the first time, they might not back down the next time. If the Zhou family found fault with them again, they did not mind learning from the people of Marshall City and fighting to the end. At the very least, they could win the respect of others. Good job. That girl, I really like your backbone and face. If you survive, this young master is willing to die under your pomegranate skirt. And those few, if you can pass this stage, we are willing to form an alliance with you and become friends. The onlookers who were encouraged all gave speeches to express their attitude. They were emotional and excited. Gu Shanha, Gu Shanqing, Gu Chanqian, and the others also felt Qin Jifu, Lan Jiaoye, and the others' tenacious willpower and character. This encouraged them once again, and they wished they could join hands with them to fight the enemy. Hu Zi and the other disciples from Martial Sun City watched Lan Jie, Qin Jifu, and the others fight a bloody battle. Their fists were clenched, and their eyes were red. They almost couldn't control themselves. They wanted to kill their way out and teach the people of Zhou City a lesson. Seventh Miss, be careful. I will help you. The second-level martial grandmaster, Li Qinghe's situation was slightly better. He glanced at Lan Jiaoye's battlefield and knew that Lan Jiaoye's situation was bad. He immediately moved slowly and tried to rush over. However, he did not succeed after a few attempts because he was held back by two second-level martial grandmasters from the Zhou family. There were also a few martial grandmasters who occasionally intervened. If it was not for his strong fighting strength, he would not have been able to hold on. Qin Jifu's situation was not much better. His cultivation was almost depleted and his face was pale. At this moment, he was struggling to hold on and almost could not hold on. Xiaoyang's side was also held back by the people of Zhou City. The three great clans were indeed the three great clans. The disciples of the Zhou family were not to be underestimated. Among the 20 people of Zhou City, there were 5 or 6 second-level martial grandmasters. There were more than 10 second-level martial grandmasters and only a few 9th-level martial grandmasters. There were more than 10 people of Zhou City who were fighting against Xiaoyang. There was the 3rd-level martial grandmaster Zhou Shanlin, for 2nd-level martial grandmasters and 10 3rd-level martial grandmasters. This attracted more than half of the fighting strength of the people of Zhou City. It could be seen how much they valued Xiaoyang and how much they treated him. Ha ha! Zhou Shanlin noticed the situation and could not help but laugh crazily. He felt satisfied. As he led his companions to attack Xiaoyang, he sneered disdainfully and said, "Xiaoyang, what are you waiting for?" Chapter 391. You're just a bunch of small fries and you want to create a big wave? Let me tell you, in front of me, a big wave does not exist. Zhou Shansai's attacks became even more incisive. His companions were also encouraged and their explosive power increased. However, regardless of whether they attacked peacefully or violently, to Xiaoyang it was all the same. Xiaoyang maintained a calm and leisurely attitude from the beginning to the end, as he calmly walked through their attacks. From the beginning to the end, Xiaoyang did not have the slightest injury on his body. "All right, I've played enough with you. Now it's time to end this," Xiaoyang replied calmly. Then, in an instant, he exploded with the terrifying cultivation of a 4th-level martial ancestor. He even used a skill in each of his hands. He used 2 great martial skills at the same time. One was the 1,000 poison hands, and the other was the firmament palm. Following the display of these 2 techniques, the sky was filled with his palm prints. Every palm print contained the power of a 4th-level martial great master. It was far beyond what the people before him could compare to. As the palm prints covered the sky, cries of agony reverberated in the air. Zhou Shanlin and the others were hit and were sent flying with serious injuries. In the blink of an eye, the area was cleared. "Ah, he's so strong. Hiss, it hurts. Damn, we're no match for him." One by one, the people from Zhou City lamented, and their eyes were filled with fear. They knew that they were no match for Xiaoyang and extinguished any thoughts of continuing the battle. The spectators who were watching from afar let out cries of astonishment. Heavens! Was Xiaoyang acting all this time? His battle power is so strong. I think he can easily defeat everyone from Zhou City. He must want to see Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and the others put on a clown-like performance. Otherwise, with his 4th-level martial great master cultivation, he could destroy them with a flick of his finger. This is going to be a good show. The people of Zhou City have kicked an iron plate. Interesting, very interesting. Xiaoyang didn't pay attention to the movements around him. His body flashed, and he instantly appeared beside Lan Jia. Facing the attacks of the numerous people of Zhou City, he coldly snorted. His body's chi soared to the sky as he used the barbarian god's finger. As he pointed his finger, a finger imprint instantly rushed out. They were sent flying and fell to the ground one by one as they screamed in agony. Banging sounds could be heard as smoke and dust rose from the ground. After that, Xiaoyang used his movement skill and arrived beside Li Qinghe. He used his martial skill, Poison Dragon Claw, and a poison dragon instantly condensed. The poison dragon's horn was lofty, and after a dragon roar, it roamed in all directions. Wherever it roamed, people would be sent flying. When Xiaoyang moved to Li Qinghe's side again, the people of Zhou City who were attacking Li Qinghe were all pale. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they quickly retreated. They didn't dare to attack Xiaoyang. They had seen everything that had just happened. Xiaoyang was extraordinarily strong. Attacking him was simply asking for a beating. They didn't have the tendency to torture themselves. Everyone stop. Back off. Don't attack. If you have something to say, we can talk it out. There's nothing that can't be solved with your mouth. If you can't, then add another mouth. Zhou Shanlin hurriedly spoke and ordered the people of Zhou City to retreat further away. Even further away, Zhou Shankai was also awakened by two people of Zhou City. He walked over weakly, and when he looked at Xiaoyang, his eyes were filled with fear. Shameless. Too shameless. Despicable. They are simply shameless. Previously, when they were strong, they wanted to use their fists to solve problems. Now that they are weak, they are prepared to use their mouths and morals to persuade others. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen such shameless people. The surrounding onlookers all had disgusted expressions. They looked at the people of Zhou City with disdain and spoke up for justice. Gu Shanhe, Gu Shanqing, Gu Qianchan, and the other people of Gu City also joined the camp of condemning. They felt that Zhou Shankai and Zhou Shanlin's actions were very shameless. Hu Zi and the others smiled and looked excited. Xiaoyang represented Martial Yang City. If he won, they would also benefit from it. How do you want to solve this matter? Xiaoyang looked coldly at Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and the others. Li Qinghe, Chen Jifu, and Lan Jia stood to his left and right. They were all injured, and blood was flowing out from the corners of their mouths. It was obvious that they were all injured in the battle just now. Zhou Shanlin and Zhou Shankai slowly walked up and stood in front of the people of Zhou City. They glanced at Xiaoyang and coldly snorted. Xiaoyang, right? We will remember you. This matter is not over. Let's go. He didn't give Xiaoyang and the others an explanation. Instead, he left behind a ruthless sentence and was about to leave with his people. What? You came here to cause trouble, and you want to leave just like that? Did you ask for my permission? Xiaoyang's lips curled up and coldly smiled. He didn't put the other party's threat in his eyes. Li Qinghe, Chen Jifu, and Lan Jia also didn't disappoint. They once again released their cultivation and strong battle intent, preparing to attack again. What do you want to do? Let me tell you, this is the foot of the Poison Mountain. If you cause trouble here, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to bear the consequences? Zhou Shanlin unyieldingly roared at Xiaoyang and the others. They couldn't attack because there was no way they could win against a freak like Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang's expression was disdainful as he mocked. Who was the one who said that this was a personal grudge and we shouldn't alert the poison sect? What? You want to alert the poison sect now? Lan Jia's face turned red as she sneered. Once the poison sect is alerted, it means that you're the cowards. You're just a bunch of pussies and cowards. Petty people like you want to provoke and cause trouble? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? What are all of you? You don't have any abilities, but your mouths are bigger than the sky. What are you all so arrogant for? You're just a bunch of losers. Trash. Come, let's have another round. I'm just a weak little girl, and I haven't even admitted defeat. Li Qinghe also said, sarcastically, there's nothing we can do. They want to be cowards and cowards. They don't even care about their faces. What can we ask of such shameless people? Qin Jifu spat. Look at how arrogant they were before. Now they're even more obedient than quails. How shameless. If you have the ability, come and fight again. Zhou, Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and the rest of Zhou City's people were all red with anger after being mocked by Xiaoyang's group. Their chests burned with anger. These people were too repulsive. That's enough. We're already willing to leave. What else do you want? Even clay figurines have some temper. Chapter 392. Zhou Shanlin roared at Xiaoyang's group. He was infuriated. Ever since they were born, they'd lived a life of luxury. They had plenty of servants and maids and grew up being served. Even when they appeared, they wore gold and silver and had a large group of guards following behind them. This was how they developed such noble and spoiled personalities. Now they were willing to compromise and leave. This was already the biggest concession they could make. However, Xiaoyang didn't just want this. They had inexplicably occupied their territory and even injured Lan Jiaye, Qin Jifu, and the others. To Xiaoyang and the others, this was simply an undeserved disaster. This undeserved disaster was caused by Zhou Shankai and Zhou Shanlin. Of course, he wouldn't easily let the culprits off. What do you want? You forcibly occupied Marshal Yang City's territory and even injured people. If we didn't have the ability to defend ourselves, we would have been killed by you. You're so vicious and tyrannical. How do you think you can leave so easily? Ask me, who's willing to let you go? Xiaoyang sneered and released his aura, locking onto them. Just say it. What do you want? Zhou Shankai snorted. What they'd done wasn't right, but they'd done worse things before. What did this count as? Giving you a taste of your own medicine, that's all. Xiaoyang said coolly. He reached out with his hand, causing his cultivation base to explode out. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed several of the people from Zhou City and tossed them to the ground. Then he used his cultivation base and the pressure of his cultivation base to intimidate them so that they didn't dare to move. These were the people who'd injured Lan Jiaye. Xiaoyang would remember this grudge. Jiaye, didn't they injure you before? You can even kill them now. Xiaoyang said expressionlessly. He didn't mind killing people. Chao Ji had also been chosen by the poison sect, but hadn't he been killed as well? Lan Jiaye's eyes flashed with killing intent as the corner of her mouth curled up into a cold smile. She happily said, "Many thanks, cousin. These people are so hateful. I've long found them unpleasant to the eye. Just kill them and be done with it. Don't kill us. We'll beg for mercy. We admit defeat. We know we were wrong." The people from Zhou City who were being suppressed by Xiaoyang immediately knelt down and kowtowed as they begged for mercy. You've brought shame to your family. You've even tarnished the dignity of Zhou City. How dare you get up now? Zhou Shanlin looked at the few of them begging for mercy in such a submissive manner. He was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Brother Shanlin, what do you know? If you have the ability, why don't you come and defeat Xiaoyang? You don't have the ability, but your ability to cause trouble is top-notch. Now you have to make us take the blame. What kind of leader are you? You don't have any responsibility or ability. You only know how to bully weak people like us. Zhou Shanlin was immediately refuted. Several people from Zhou City also questioned his ability to lead and dignity. Although many people from Zhou City didn't say it out loud, many of them thought so. This time, it was his idea to find trouble with Xiaoyang. If he didn't want to be careless, they wouldn't have fallen to this point. Presumptuous! How dare you! Zhou Shanlin was so angry that he couldn't help but roar. He couldn't tolerate others' denial. His eyes fell on Xiaoyang again. He coldly said, "Xiaoyang, you win. Tell me, what compensation do you want? We can compensate you. It's our loss this time." Although he was very unwilling, there was no other way. After all, he couldn't beat Xiaoyang. Now he could only settle for the second best. His expression was gloomy and his eyes were unkind. This was the first time they had suffered a loss since their debut. Perhaps Zhou Shankai had been frightened by Xiaoyang before, but he hadn't said a word until now. It could be considered a tacit agreement. Well said, well said. First, you all have to apologize first. Second, hand over all your wealth. Otherwise, don't even think about living. Of course, if you find a senior brother from the poison sect who's willing to be a tortoise and can't afford to lose, that's another story. Xiaoyang stated his conditions coldly and arrogantly. Although his words were filled with killing intent, he didn't have any killing intent in his heart. It wasn't realistic to kill so many people at once. At most, he would teach them a lesson. But in the eyes of outsiders, Xiaoyang was a peerless killing god. He was extremely fierce and couldn't be provoked, but they couldn't ignore his conditions. Xiaoyang, you're delusional. Do you think we'll agree? Zhou Shanlin was immediately enraged. This damned Xiaoyang actually made such excessive demands. Even a fool wouldn't agree so easily. Did Xiaoyang want to slaughter them like lambs? They thought Xiaoyang would make a reasonable request and use it as a way to step down. That way, both sides would have face to step down. But this Xiaoyang really didn't know how to conduct himself. He was so domineering and didn't give them any leeway. This infuriated them. You don't agree? That's fine. What I want is for you to not agree. That way, I can personally seek justice. Xiaoyang smiled coldly. He wasn't afraid that they wouldn't agree. Then he unleashed his cultivation and grabbed with one hand. His terrifying cultivation swept out and immediately captured a few disciples of Zhou City. The disciples of Zhou City who were captured were frightened by Xiaoyang. They were all flustered and their faces turned pale. Brother Qin, these are the people who bullied you just now, Xiaoyang said to Qin Jifu while pointing at the people of Zhou City in front of him. Qin Jifu couldn't help but grin. His eyes were cold as he said cruelly, "Good, now it's time for revenge." He wasn't as merciful as Lan Jiaoyi. He immediately gave these Zhou City's disciples a beating like a storm, beating them until they were hovering between life and death, screaming miserably. The remaining disciples of Zhou City, who hadn't been captured, felt extremely humiliated. Their faces were filled with anger as they glared at Xiaoyang, but none of them dared to attack. Enough, Xiaoyang. We'll apologize, okay? Zhou Shankai and Zhou Shanlin couldn't bear to see their companions being humiliated by Xiaoyang. They roared at Xiaoyang and then cupped their fists. With unwillingness, they said to Xiaoyang, "We're sorry. We offended you before. Please forgive us." "What did you say? I didn't hear you. Please say it again." Xiaoyang pretended to be ignorant and glanced at them with contempt. You, Zhou Shankai and Zhou Shanlin were furious. This Xiaoyang was simply asking for a yard after getting an inch. However, at this moment they were at a disadvantage and had no choice but to listen. They said again, "It was all our fault before. Please don't lower yourself to our level." Chapter 393. Xiaoyang chuckled and said sarcastically, "Of course I won't lower myself to your level. However, I won't take back what I've said. Hurry up and compensate me. If I have to do it myself, it won't look good." "Damn it, bastard." Zhou, Shanlin, Zhou Shankai, and the others cursed inwardly, their hearts filled with grief and indignation. Unfortunately, they couldn't fight back right now. Otherwise, they'd fight Xiaoyang to the death. "I have all of them. Hand over all of your storage rings." The two of them shouted at their companions, then took off their storage rings and tossed them to Xiaoyang's group. Xiaoyang's group received the 20-plus storage rings, and they felt extremely satisfied. "All right, hurry up and scram. Otherwise, I don't mind teaching you some manners." Xiaoyang glared at them and shouted haughtily, "Let's go." Zhou Shanlin and the others could only leave in a sorry state. The onlookers were all excited and delighted. Quite a few of them even came up to introduce themselves. wanting to befriend or ally with Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang glanced at them and declared, "We're all new disciples of the poison sect, so we should be united. I welcome all of you." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiaoyang found a place to rest and left the rest to Qin Jifu and Li Qinghe. Gu Shanhe and Gu Shanqing also came up to help, chatting happily with the disciples from the other cities. Gu Qianqian walked to Xiaoyang's side and accompanied Xiaoyang, massaging Xiaoyang's shoulders. Hu Zi and the others came to the area once more. They wanted to enter, but hesitated. They were the first to arrive, but unfortunately, they'd been chased away by the disciples of Zhou City. Now that Xiaoyang had taken back the area, they naturally wanted to come back. But when they thought about how they'd already cut ties with Qin Jifu, they hesitated. In the end, they still mustered up their courage and walked into this area. Qin Jifu and the others did not chase them away, nor did they greet them. They allowed them to do as they pleased. By now, the disciples of the 10 cities that the poison sect had chosen had pretty much all arrived. It wouldn't be long before the poison sect's summons arrived. At this moment, an airship flew over from the west. There were only 3 disciples on the airship. Judging from their uniforms, they should be from the Zhongsun family. They came from Zhongsun City. There were many clans in Zhongsun City. The chosen disciples of the other clans had already arrived. Only the Zhongsun clan was late. Look, Zhongsun City's Zhongsun Mountain is here. The people of the Zhongsun clan are not simple. Although they are few in number, all of their cultivations are extraordinary and cannot be underestimated. This Zhongsun Shan is the champion of the Zhongsun City hegemony competition. Rumor has it that he already possesses the terrifying cultivation of a 4th-level martial ancestor. Hiss, that's really terrifying. Following Zhongsun Shan's appearance, many people exclaimed in surprise. Zhongsun Shan was dressed in white robes with a jade pendant at his waist. He held a fan in his hand. He looked like an elegant young master with a scholarly temperament. The 2 people beside him were dressed in the clothes of servants. They were probably his attendants. Zhongsun Shan floated in the air with the airship. His gentle, jade-like eyes looked down. He first glanced at the resting area of Zhongsun City, then found the area of Martialyang City. His sharp gaze paused on Xiaoyang. An elder of the Zhongsun clan had once gone to Martialyang City to act as a judge. In the end, he was killed. According to the news they had received, that elder had been killed by Xiaoyang. Naturally, they couldn't let go of this grudge. "You're Xiaoyang?" Zhongsun Shan glanced at Xiaoyang with a scholarly smile. He asked coldly with a faint killing intent in his voice. He planned to deal with this grudge first before going to rest. If he couldn't avenge the elder who had died, he would always feel guilty. "Yes, I'm Xiaoyang." Xiaoyang was not afraid at all. Although the other party was very elegant and had a high cultivation level, he was not afraid of the other party. Zhongsun Shan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He said coldly, "Xiaoyang, do you know your crime?" He stared fiercely at Xiaoyang and questioned Xiaoyang. "I killed people who deserved to be killed. What crime am I guilty of?" Xiaoyang retorted. During the hegemony competition, the 3 old men on the judging panel should have stayed out of the matter according to the rules and upheld fairness and justice. However, they colluded with the Wang clan to break the rules of the competition and even tried to frame Xiaoyang. So what if they killed them? What crime did they commit? Humph! Zhongsun Shan snorted coldly and released his terrifying cultivation of a 4th-level martial arts grandmaster. His powerful aura firmly locked onto Xiaoyang. He snorted and said, "How dare you? You killed people and still have a clear conscience. Today, I'll kill you to avenge the elder." His body instantly rushed out and turned into a ray of light. He swooped down at Xiaoyang to kill him. What a man from the Zhongsun clan. He killed people without any reason. Let me deal with him. Li Qinghe couldn't stand Zhongsun Shan's behavior. After a roar, he immediately rushed forward with his body movement. He was only a second-level martial arts grandmaster. Compared to Zhang Sanshan, he was 2 levels lower. In terms of combat strength, he was no match for Zhang Sanshan. As soon as the two of them collided, the winner was immediately determined. Zhang Sanshan said coldly, "You're courting death. How dare a firefly compete with the moon?" He burst out and then performed a martial skill. In the blink of an eye, he blasted Li Qinghe away. Li Qinghe was like a falling cannonball. He landed on the ground with a dull thud. The ground trembled a few times and dust was swept up. TSK, this Zhang Sanshan is really strong. Zhang Sanshan lives up to his name. His cultivation is unfathomable. It seems that the people of Marshalyang City are doomed. If we knew that Xiaoyang had offended the Zhangsun clan, we wouldn't have gone near him. These spectators were now regretting their impulsiveness just now. "You're Zhang Sanshan, right? I'm the one you want to deal with." Xiaoyang snorted and frowned. He was unhappy that someone attacked Li Qinghe. He didn't say anything and directly performed the fishing the moon from the well. As he formed a seal with his hands and his cultivation erupted, an ancient well was instantly condensed in front of him. There was water in the ancient well. The water was so clear that the bottom could be seen. When one looked down, they could see a full moon in the well. The full moon reflected Zhang Sanshan's face. Xiaoyang scooped out with one hand and scooped up the full moon in the water. Bang! There was a loud impact. Zhang Sanshan, who had turned into a ray of light, seemed to have been hit by an unknown force and was instantly sent flying. Chapter 394. He was still in the air, but he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood fell from the sky, looking very sad. Zhang Sanshan's body was out of control, and he hit the airship in the air. The airship was now out of his control, and it was shattered by his impact. "Ah, young master, we're going to fall." The two people on the airship couldn't help but scream. They lost the support of the airship, and their bodies fell involuntarily. In the end, they fell to the ground and suffered minor injuries. Zhang Sanshan was no exception. When he stood up again, there was more anger in his eyes. This damn Xiaoyang actually had such ability. He really couldn't be underestimated. "Xiaoyang, this is not over. Eat my sword." He stretched out his hand, and with a move of his mind, a broad sword appeared in his hand. This broad sword was not ordinary at all, and it flowed with amazing power. Sword breaks the earth. After he grasped the broadsword in his hand, he roared angrily. Then he raised the broadsword and slashed down at Xiaoyang. Even though they were 10 feet apart, Xiaoyang could still feel the threat. Visible to the naked eye, a sword light of 10 feet in size condensed, releasing a sharp sword light. Then with a roar it slashed down. Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes, and he was a little dissatisfied. "Damn! This idiot wants to show off his magic weapon. If it wasn't for my magic weapon being destroyed in the listening pavilion, he wouldn't have been able to show it off. But it didn't matter. He didn't need any magic weapon to deal with him." Traceless dream of heart. Xiaoyang immediately closed his eyes, mobilized his own consciousness, and condensed a needle and thread, and instantly attacked Zhang Sanshan's sea of consciousness. In an instant, Zhang Sanshan felt a stabbing pain in his head, and he was momentarily absent-minded. It was as if in that instant his mind had gone blank, making him forget everything. Even his broadsword had fallen to the ground. After half a breath's time, he regained his senses and knew that this was Xiaoyang's attack. However, even if he regained his senses, it was useless. Xiaoyang took advantage of the time he was dizzy to appear in front of him and placed a sharp dagger on his neck. As long as Xiaoyang was willing, he could kill the other party with one move. Of course, Xiaoyang wouldn't kill people casually, but if they didn't know what was good for them, he wouldn't mind killing them. He glanced disdainfully at the other party and said coldly, "What do you think? Do you admit defeat?" "You." Zhang Sanshan held back his anger. His heart was filled with panic. Gritting his teeth, he could only say unwillingly, "I'm convinced." There was nothing he could do about it. He was indeed inferior to the other party. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have placed a dagger on his neck. As long as he refused to admit defeat, he believed that the other party would definitely be ruthless. After all, the other party was not a flower in a greenhouse. He had killed people before. The onlookers around could not help but widen their eyes in shock. They looked at the scene in front of them in shock. They still didn't know what had happened. Yes, this dramatic battle was like looking at flowers in a fog, making them feel baffled. When Zhang Sunshan appeared very majestically, everyone was very optimistic about him. After all, his cultivation and reputation were right there. Judging from the situation of the first attack, Zhang Sunshan's momentum was indeed astonishing. Judging from the second attack, Zhang Sunshan's treasures were also very shocking. However, what everyone didn't expect was that he had failed twice. At this moment, his life was even in the hands of Xiaoyang. If Xiaoyang wanted to, he could take his life at any time. However, what everyone didn't understand wasn't Zhang Sunshan in the upper hand? Why did he inexplicably fall into a disadvantageous position? It was truly unexpected and unbelievable. This matter was too bizarre and inconceivable. Even Zhang Sunshan himself was dumbfounded. He didn't know what had happened at the beginning. He was very confident that with the treasures in his hands, he would definitely be able to defeat Xiaoyang ruthlessly. However, he actually had a short moment of blankness and dizziness. There was no doubt that this was definitely Xiaoyang's method. Let go of our young master. Otherwise, our Zhang Sun family will definitely teach you a lesson. The two servants who came with Zhang Sunshan immediately rushed up and roared at Xiaoyang after seeing Zhang Sunshan being held hostage by Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was unmoved. He smiled coldly and said disdainfully, "So what if I don't let go?" "You're courting death." The two servants roared with anger in their eyes. Then they attacked Xiaoyang ferociously. Xiaoyang curled his lips. He wasn't afraid at all. He looked at them rushing towards him and then used a martial skill. Two rays of light flashed and instantly sent them flying. The difference in cultivation level between them was too big. There was no way to compare at all. Li Qinghe was injured by Zhang Sunshan before. Now that he had recovered, he immediately used his movement skill and rushed up to the two servants. He easily restrained the two servants. Then he attacked and vented the anger in his heart. Although he couldn't deal with Zhang Sunshan, dealing with the two servants was a piece of cake. If Zhang Sunshan bullied him, he would bully Zhang Sunshan's people. Xiaoyang saw that Li Qinghe was almost done venting. He slowly said, "What's the point of bullying two small fish? If you have the guts, come and deal with this big fish." Li Qinghe had never been afraid. Hearing Xiaoyang's words, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He hurriedly abandoned the two small fries and used his movement skill. His figure flickered and appeared beside Xiaoyang. He blinked his eyes and looked curiously at Xiaoyang. He happily said, "Brother Xiaoyang, you want me to get back my shame and beat up Zhang Sunshan?" Xiaoyang jokingly said, "I didn't say that. But if you want to do that, who can stop you?" Treacherous. This guy is really treacherous, Li Qinghe secretly thought. However, he also knew Xiaoyang's thoughts. He didn't want to bear the responsibility, but he also hoped that he would teach Zhang Sunshan a lesson. Since that was the case, he would do as he wished. "Zhang Sunshan, right? You were quite awe-inspiring before, as if you were amazing. How is it? Now you've fallen, right? Brother Xiaoyang is easy to talk to, but I may not be easy to talk to. How you dealt with me, I will deal with you. That's not too much." Li Qinghe said while operating his cultivation. He punched Zhang Sunshan's chest. Zhang Sunshan's face changed. After feeling the threat, he instinctively wanted to dodge. However, Xiaoyang's cold dagger moved slightly and even cut his skin.